Achievement of Learning Outcomes Education in Asia, CALOHEA. It's such a great pleasure and wonderful event that the Institute of Technology of Cambodia, ITC, hosts and Sweden University co-host the 4 national meeting. You will be already aware that the main objectives of this meeting is to evaluate the achievements of learning outcome in education sector. So for this, we have arranged eminent different knowledge sharing session and presentation, which will be hosted in hybrid mode on the first day, and the second day is enriched with the on-site interactive workshop and a live meeting. So we have a lot of personality speakers from leading industry, academics and researchers, and already here with us to share their knowledge, valuable knowledge, experiences, and thoughts with us. We hope this meeting will provide you with a lot of takeaways that will help you to advance in your career. And if you have any questions on the topics presented today's session, kindly provide them in the chat box so that we can address the same during the question and answer session provided at the end of each presentation. We also like to kindly request the audience to provide us with your valuable feedback through the Google form provided after each session. The link for the same will be provided during each session. Okay, so without much delay, let us unfold the curtain of the meeting. First, I would like to invite Dr. Po Kim To, Director General from the Institute of Technology of Cambodia, for his opening remarks on the program. Please welcome.
Professor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear students, very good morning. On behalf of the Institute of Technology of Cambodia, I would like to express my warm welcome to you all to the today national meetings on measuring and comparing achievement of learning outcome in higher education in Asia at ITC. The national meeting is organized jointly by the Institute of Technology of Cambodia, ASEAN University Networks, and CALOHEA team member under an EU co-funded project by Erasmus Plus capacity building in the field of higher education program. This national meeting is an important initiative. It gathers professors, researchers, and professionals from different countries from ASEAN and Europe to discuss on measuring and comparing achievements of learning outcome in higher education in Asia. The objective of this national meeting is to present general overview and benefit of the CALOHEA's project to public, to different stakeholders, policymakers, including students, employers, academics. Moreover, the objective is to provide detail on each CALOHEA recognition mechanism and its implementations. The Faculty of Civil Engineering of the Institute of Technology of Cambodia has joined in Tuning Academy Asia, and then today we join in the CALOHEA. In Tuning Academy, we must share different universities and learn from experts about curriculum development for future trends. Now we are joining CALOHEA projects, which is aimed at contributing to the internationalization of higher education institutions. in Southeast Asia through developing a series of interrelated measures in three key recognition mechanisms. Taking these opportunities, I would like to share you a brief background of ITCs. Again, welcome to ITC. ITC is the higher public university in Cambodia. It was established in 1964. ITC has a proud record of success and achievement contributed towards nation building through human resource development for Cambodia economic growth. The current development of ITC owe a lot to support the national and international partners and the great effort made by staff and students from generation to generation. Currently at ITC, we have about 500 faculty staff, including 90 PhD holders from different fields and countries. We have one faculty, including the Faculty of Civil Engineering. We have 30 academic programs ranging from associate degree, engineering degree, master and PhD program. We also have one research and innovation center, which consists of 5 research units. Our goal is to provide students with high quality education in the field of engineering, science and technology. Students are provided with technical know-how and skill of analysis which allow integration and evolution in labor markets. By March 2023, ITC have a total number of students of about 1,500 students. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I strongly hope that after completion of this CALOHEA project, ITC among ASEAN universities will have more student exchange in the engineering field. There are recognition mechanisms that let ITC, especially Faculty of Civil Engineering, and other partner universities recognize mutually and willing to cooperate in exchange of students and other academic activities. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer team, presenters, and participants for spending time working for this meeting. I sincerely wish that the national meeting has good discussion and fruitful experience exchanges. I wish you all health and success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Po Kim To, for your fruitful speech and opening remarks. So next, I would like to invite Dr. Ann Kivan Triggs, University of Groningen, for her opening remarks on the program. Please welcome.
Dear distinguished guests. Should I put it up? Okay. Better now? It's okay?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Dear distinguished guests, staff and students, thank you, Director General Dr. Po Kim To, for this very nice introduction to the project of CALOHEA. As an European member of the CALOHEA project, I'm very happy and honored to be in this national meeting in Cambodia. We are guests of the Institute of Technology in Cambodia, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Director General and the Institute for having us and our co-host from Sofoyang University in advance for hosting this meeting. It's a very nice opportunity to be here and share. Sorry? Is something wrong? Even closer to the mic? Yeah? Even higher. No, I like this desk. It can go up, it can come down, and I'm really feeling like I'm in the Institute of Technology now. I don't have this nice equipment at home, I must be honest. You're going to help me more. It's on.
Yeah, it's on already.
This better?
Yeah.
You sure? Okay. So I hope you got the first part of my speech, that I'm very honored to be here and very grateful for the Institute to host us. And I'm convinced that we are going to have a fruitful two-day meeting with all the people engaged, both present here and online. I've been a participant in many projects or many meetings of the CALOHEA project and learned that every time I'm there, I learn a lot. Because CALOHEA is not telling you what to do, but it's learning together, like a community of learners and sharing experiences, because no one knows what's best, but together we know a lot. And it's like standing, like we say in my country, on the shoulders of the elephant. Even in my country, we refer to elephants, because there is a lot of knowledge we use to progress and progress and progress, like in science. And it also holds true for these kind of meetings. So once more, I wish you all, staff and students, because I see a lot of students, and it's because of you that we have these kind of meetings. So once more, thank you also on behalf of the tuning team of the University of Groningen and the very important AUN team. Where are they? Around, walking around. And again, a successful meeting. And once more, thanks for the host, ITC, or as I recently learned, better known by Sala Techno. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ann, for your fruitful speech and opening remarks for the event. Now, we would like to share our gratitude to the host institution, Institute of Technology of Cambodia, by sharing a token of appreciation. I kindly request Dr. Pokim To to come up to receive, and the same invite Dr. Ann to share our token of appreciation. Please welcome. Okay, and yeah, thank you very much. It's now for group photo session, so I would like to invite all international and national speakers to come and take the group photo, please. Okay, yeah, please come for group photo session. Thank you. And now let's start with the knowledge sharing session. We start from 9:15 to 10:15. The first topic of the discussion will be on the CALOHEA project overview in Southeast Asia and the world. The topic will be presented by Dr. Ann, University of Groningen. So I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Please.
Dr. N is Director of Strategy and Quality in Medical Education and the University Hospital of the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. She is more than 20 years involved in the development of innovative educational program in the field of biomedical science. So I would like to hand over to the stage to the speaker.
Thank you for this nice introduction, and I hope I'm using the microphone now in the right way, but otherwise you will let me know. Yes? Thank you. Okay, in this first presentation, I will try, and I stress try, to give you an overview of the CALOHEA project, because a lot has been going on since this project is also already running for, I think, 3 years. I look at my colleagues. 3 years. We started before COVID, and then continued online. So quite some time already. So like I said, we've been learning a lot already, and it's now the purpose to share with all of you in Cambodia in this national meeting. So the project, like already been stated, is funded by European Union and supported by UN and the University of Groningen. Okay, what's the project about? It's measuring and comparing achievements of learning outcomes in higher education in Asia. So the C comes from comparing achievements, learning outcomes, higher education, Asia. So now perhaps the name CALOHEA makes sense to all of you. And the general objective or goal of this project is to contribute to the internationalization of higher education through developing a series of interrelated measures for improving recognition. And these measures, we call them recognition measures, mechanisms, are also on these posters. And also the project is also stated. You can check on the posters again. And again, I stress, I will tell you a lot of information. So don't worry, because my colleagues from the subject area groups will tell this again and relate it to the subject areas. So where is the project CALOHEA? So it involves 11 countries. As you can see, 7 countries from Asia region and 4 countries from Europe, a lot of universities from the Asian region, and we discussed 4 subject areas. We call them SACs and subject area groups. So we have civil engineering, teacher education, which are both present in Cambodia, and medicine, my subject area, unfortunately not present in Cambodia. So again, a picture of these SACs. So you know the subject areas. And in Cambodia, we have 2 higher education institutes involved. The institutes that host us today, the Institute of Technology, and the Institute of Teacher Education. I don't try to mention the name of the last one because it's too hard for me to pronounce, and our speaker, he's from that university, so I don't want him to correct me. So, but you can read it. So again, the 3 recognition mechanisms. All kinds of things are happening in this room. So recognition mechanism number 1. We try to make subject-specific qualification reference frameworks. And it sounds very complicated. but it's basically, well, I'll come to that later. That's better. The recognition mechanism number 2 is about student workload. And number 3 is about assessment. I go to explain a little bit more on this recognition in the coming minutes. So it starts by making a meta profile. We did that in a previous project, and a meta profile is giving the key elements of the degree. So how can you recognize a degree of a certain subject? So that's what we call a sort of meta profile. If you see the qualities expressed in this meta profile, you say, ah, that's engineering. If I look at it for medicine, I say, ah, medicine. So that's the purpose. It's a broad framework to use to understand the subject area. And everyone refers to it. Is this a bit understandable, what I'm telling you now? A bit? Okay. So in this profile, this meta profile, you take into account national quality frameworks and also subject-specific reference, regulations, documents. In my case, in Europe, for medicine, we have a very broad general framework. And my country has a specific national framework for medicine, which you have to take into account developing such a meta profile, because otherwise no one will accept it. And that's also very important. So you also think of the future of the profession. So again, my profession is medicine, and what we see in the world is climate change, and that affects the health of people. So in the profession of the future, we take into account things like we call planetary health, technology, the development of technology, which is also very important for medical doctors. All the IT, artificial intelligence that helps to make decisions. Students need to learn what it means to use these kind of techniques. So that's sort of looking into the future of a profession. So this together, you try to define dimensions, so the key elements again, and that's called the dimensions, and subdimensions. And it's a little bit abstract. I understand that it might not mean a thing, but again, my colleagues who are sitting there will make sense out of this. And programs agree international on the dimensions, but can vary, take their own specific subdimensions. As long as the dimensions are covered, each institute or each program can sort of tune in the subdimensions. And in a dimension, you can recognize knowledge, skills, and as we call it, responsibilities. So each dimension has a basis in knowledge. You have to know some things, and then you have to be able to apply it. And in my field, then we use not responsibilities, but in other words, we use entrusted professional activities. So what do I entrust a recently graduated student with in the profession? So what is the thing he or she can do, and is allowed to do, and really capable of doing so? So what kind of responsibilities do we expect from a graduate? That makes sense? Okay. To really get an idea on these dimensions, within the CALOHEA project, we consult with academics from the institutes involved, employers, recently graduated students, and to see if we get the dimensions and the subdimensions right, or need to adjust. So it's a process of defining by a group of experts, checking, adjusting, and then perhaps again refining, adjusting, checking. It's like a PDCA cycle. So if we look at the dimensions, it's again very theoretical. You have dimension 1 and the subdimensions in it. And if we look at one program, it can look like this. So subdimension 1.1 in this program, the green program, covers knowledge and skills. Subdimension 1.2, not present. Subdimension 2.2 covers knowledge, skills, and responsibilities. So every institution, every program maps its own program in the dimensions and the subdimensions. Then we do it again for the red one. So you see a different pattern. As long as the dimensions are sort of covered, the subdimensions can vary. So this is the graph showing that. Another way of showing this is also different programs is turned around, what I just showed. So if we look at this slide now, you see the yellow box. If I want to send a student to another institution and I want to make sure that he or she is working in dimension 2, subdimension 2.2, then the yellow box is a good opportunity for exchange. And that's something to take into account. If you map all your programs like this, it can help you in the student exchange. So you can see in which part of the program which dimension is covered or subdimension. Does it make sense? I'm just stacking, yes. If you want to develop a joint program, you might look for differences in programs. So the green one covers subdimension 1.3, or I should say the red one, and the green one covers the subdimension 3.2. So if you join these together in a joint program, your students are capable of grasping 1.3 and 3.2, although it's not in their original program. So again, I tried to explain to you about the recognition mechanism number 1. So the creation of regional subject-specific qualifications and assessment reference frameworks. It's a full sentence for one object. And in this meeting, we are also discussing if these regional subject-specific blah, 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 makes sense. So it's a sort of a final validation. So tomorrow we need to have staff and students participating in the workshops to learn from them if this makes sense for them. There's a final checks. And also this meeting is a way to promote this in Cambodia, to make this exchange possible, to think about joint programs, etc. So now I continue with recognition mechanism number 2. It's the student workload. I will discuss why this is important to make full workload explicit and what tools we can make use of to make this explicit and how to make estimation and monitoring part of our institutional culture. In a lot of countries, and I don't know if it's the case here, student workload is looked upon from a teacher-centered point of view. So we ask teachers, how many hours do you teach? And you count the contact hours, and that's the student workload. But if I ask the students in the back, they will say, no, there's more than that. There's much more than that. Don't you agree? Yeah. Okay. So I'll come to that. Yeah. Okay. So it's important to know how much independent work is underneath the sea. Like we see the iceberg, and we use it for a lot of things. Only the top of the iceberg is the contact hours. And it's important to understand because different contact hours, different tasks mean different student workload. And it's important to understand in case also in relation to transparency and recognition. So again, important for recognition. So the students can help me out with this one. So independent work. So after your lectures, what do you do to actually understand and get to know the subject you've been taught? You might be reading text, you might be looking YouTube movies to better understand, or other types of things you use nowadays. There is assignments, there might be field work, lab work, other kinds of experimental work. And you, of course, have to prepare for assessment. So there is a lot of going on underneath the sea in this iceberg. Anything to add, students? No, I don't think so. They don't say anything. So this is it. Let me rephrase. It covers everything for you in your student workload, or is there more? Can you ask the students with the mic?
បាទអធិស្ឋានគាត់ចង់សួរថាតើកិច្ចការក្រៅពីនៅក្នុងថ្នាក់រៀនមាន independent work ដែលគាត់បានបង្ហាញហ្នឹងតើមានអ្វីក្រៅពីនឹងទៀតទេដែលលោកគ្រូឬក៏និស្សិតដែលបានធ្វើនៅក្នុងកិច្ចការផ្ទាល់ខ្លួនរបស់យើងហ្នឹងបាទក្រៅពី field ក្រៅពីអីដែលគាត់បង្ហាញហ្នឹងតើមានអ្វីផ្សេងទៀតអត់បាទមានអីទៅបន្ថែមទេបាទ
So all the things you can think of you do to get through the assessment. No, nothing to add? Okay. So look again at the contact hours. So this looks very nice, the green ones. Then we add the independent work just by sort of guessing. We never know exactly because it varies from one student to another. And then we come to the workload of 43 hours per week instead of the 17 you saw before. For another course, it might be different again. Might be more contact hours, it might be more independent work or less, so it really varies over the courses. So now it's key to make this explicit, this student workload, because it's very easy to look at contact hours. That's the easy part. That's the sort of desk estimation you make. And then as a teacher, you say, well, probably it takes the students 4 hours to study on his or her own, and then it's okay, plus the one contact hour, 5 hours. That's it, times 3, whatever, makes the hours. So do this desk estimation. Just try it, because sometimes in one course more teachers are involved and they don't know from one to another what's expected from the students. So teacher 1, 15 hours, like I said, 3 hours contact hours for workload, it makes 15. Another teacher, again, 6 hours, times 4, 24, etc. And then it adds up, it adds up, it adds up, but they don't know from each other what's going on. So only the students know. But if you do this exercise with the teachers, it will help you to grasp the idea. So then we also have the end of the semester questionnaires, and it might sound very inaccurate to ask students at the end of the semester, but it gives you an idea. And in these tools, it's not to be precise, but to get an idea of the workload, because sometimes we tend to forget the independent work, and that's basically the most important thing in this tool. So then we have the diary and logbook, and we have the focus group. Oh, sorry. So in the diary or logbook, you ask both students and staff for 3 weeks, for example, to keep record of what they have been doing. And always, the last one is probably the most important one. So you do 1, 2, 3, and then discuss together what's going on. So what have the teacher been expecting? What do the students record in their diaries? And then the end of semester question, where do the differences come from? Discuss it, staff and students together, and learn from each other, and also learn what's a sort of acceptable workload. And in these measures, we take into account students who pass a course. So that's something to keep in mind. And it took my university quite some time to make this integral part of our curriculum design. And still, we sometimes think and don't ask the students, and then the students will tell us, and then we have to revise. So you constantly, again, plan, do, check, and adjust. Again, make a PDCA cycle out of it. And still, like we said, we have this culture of workload quite some time already, and still learning from our students. So it helps you for the individual programs in the higher education institutes, and it's a part of this project in the Asian region. So, like I already said, engage students and staff and revise your programs according to the analysis of these different workload tools and measures. Because if the workload is too high for students, it's impossible to pass. If the workload is too low, mostly it's not the case, but they get bored. And you want to challenge your students. And students want to be challenged because they want to learn something in this institution. So again, collect data, use these tools like I expressed, discuss the data, very important, and reflect on how to change, enhance the curriculum. Do you have this already in place? Are you working with student workload? I don't see a yes and I don't see a no. No? Yes? Sort of? Okay. So again, I stress that it's important to promote the use of student workload because it's a basis also of recognition in the region. So we're going to discuss this tomorrow, and it will lead to recommendations. Number 3, the implementation of authentic assessment of international comparable learning outcomes in degree programs. It's again a very interesting and complicated topic, I would say. We are in medicine, because that's my subject, I can refer to medicine. Assessment, authentic assessment is very important, but very hard. In medicine, a lot happens in the workplace. A lot of teaching happens in the workplace. And how do you assess if students are ready to practice? So that's always a lot of discussion going on. And I assume that in your fields of engineering and teaching, it's the same. Because a lot is going on in the workplace, a lot of authentic learning situations, but how do you assess it? So, first of all, we have to diagnose what's going on. So what are the current assessment practices of the learning outcomes? And then we have to develop the action plans to move forward. And then we have to share knowledge and create a bundle or something of inspirational examples. Because we have to do this together. This is not a thing one institution can do, but we have to share our experience with one another, with institution to institution, and learn together and improve. So now I come to what makes an assessment authentic. For us, and I think it holds true for you as well, it's real life context, real world task and activities, realistic or simulated situations. In my case, we do a lot in simulation in medicine, where students first try on mannequins certain procedures, and then are allowed to, in supervised conditions, to do it with real patients. And then at the end of the stage of the program, they work as sort of junior doctors, still supervised, but see the patients by themselves. So you continue from one stage to another. But again, even in the beginning, we try to make the situations as real as possible. Because you have to learn as a student to apply your knowledge. Learning just knowledge, I think it's a simple thing. Assessing just knowledge, that's not so, how do you say, challenging. Assessing the application of knowledge, more challenging. And then assessing if a student is ready for the responsibilities, that's the challenge, I think, for us as educators. Because at the end stage, you don't only just assess the students, you provide them with feedback, how to continue. Like someone in the last stage of medicine, treating a patient, and then the supervisor sometimes can watch the interaction between the patient and the student, sometimes asks the patient, how does the student do in this consultation, and then provide back feedback to the students. And I'm for sure that you also have examples from your own field where the application and the responsibility is assessed, and that the providing of feedback is more important than just pass or fail. It's not about pass or fail anymore at the end of the program when a student almost graduates. It is about how can you improve for the passing, I think. Okay. So again, like I said before, the implementation of authentic assessment, we all have to learn. So we have to share our examples. It has to be a case of peer learning. So please, please share examples of authentic assessment of learning outcomes in the meetings these 2 days. And encourage more higher education institutes to focus on this recognition mechanism number 3. In summary, I tried to give you some information on the three mechanisms. So, the creation and use of regional specific, subject specific qualifications and assessment reference frameworks to get this comparability of institutional degrees programs. Think about the culture of student workload as a part of curriculum design to make it more transparent and really take into account what students have to do in order to pass an exam and really learn this topic or subject. And 3, try to develop authentic assessment, again, to make internationally comparable learning outcomes more possible. So then we will become an Asian network of champions of internationalization. Like, it starts small, it grows bigger, and then it comes to this, all together in Cambodia, in this network of international program. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Ann, for your very informative presentation, and especially on the project overview in the 3 OM, the OM1 for the qualification framework for regional, and the OM2 for the student workload with the 4 tools, contact hour and independent hours, and the OM3 authentic assessment. So thank you very much again, Dr. Ann. So now we come to a small coffee break for 30 minutes, and for the information online participant now, we pause the session for a short duration and we will be back on track at 10:45 a.m. So kindly request all of you to join back again on time. And for those who are present here, we have arranged the coffee and snack around here. So please make use of that. And we can resume again by 10:45. Thank you. So we're gonna start soon, please. Charlie. So we are about to start in a few minutes. ដូចគ្នាផងដែរចំពោះអ្នកដែលចូលរួមតាមរយៈ online ខ្ញុំបាទសូមលើកទឹកចិត្តឲ្យមានជាសំណួរបាទហើយបើសិនបើមានសំណួរអីសូមសរសេរជា text ចូលមកក្នុងនេះមកខ្ញុំនឹងអានសំណួរក៏ដូចជា share នៅក្នុងកម្មវិធីគាត់នឹងមើលសំណួរហើយឆ្លើយសំណួរទៅដល់អស់លោកស្រីក៏ដូចជាបងប្អូននិស្សិតដែលកំពុងតែចូលរួម online ផងដែរបាទ បាទហើយដូចគ្នានេះផងដែរចំពោះអាដាមលោកស្រីក៏ដូចជាប្រពន្ធនិស្សិតដែលចូលរួមផ្ទាល់នៅទីនេះក៏អាចលើកជាសំណួរបានដែរបាទនៅពេលដែលចុងបញ្ចប់នៃ presentation នីមួយៗអាចលើកជាសំណួរក៏បាននិងអាចរងចាំនៅពេលដែលបទបង្ហាញទាំង6នឹងជាសំណួរក៏បានដែរបាទបាទដោយសារតែពេលវេលាយើងនៅសល់ពេលបន្តិចទៀតយើងនឹង start ប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើការ wrap up បន្តិចដើម្បីជូនជាពិសេសដល់អ្នកដែលចូលរួម online ក៏ដូចជាបងប្អូននិស្សិតដែលអាចនឹងមិនទាន់ចាប់បានអំពីបទបង្ហាញខ្ញុំសូមសង្ខេបជារួមថាតើបទបង្ហាញដែល Dr. Ann បានលើកឡើងមកហ្នឹងមានអីខ្លះដើម្បីជាគំនិតខ្លះនៅពេលដែល presentation 6រូបខាងក្រោយនេះអាចមានជាសំណួរបាទអញ្ចឹងនៅក្នុងបទបង្ហាញរបស់គាត់ដែលគាត់ផ្ដោតសំខាន់ធំនៅក្នុង project របស់យើងនេះគឺមានចំនួន3គឺយើងមាន3 ORM យើងហៅថា 3 recognition mechanisms បាទហើយនៅក្នុង ORM ទី1នេះគឺយើងធ្វើការបង្កើតក៏ដូចជាប្រើប្រាស់នៅ qualification framework មួយដែលគេហៅថាគុណវុឌ្ឍិសម្រាប់យកទៅអនុវត្តនៅក្នុងកម្រិតតំបន់ដែលយើងធ្វើការប្រមូលពីគ្រប់ដៃគូទាំងអស់ហ្នឹងហើយយកទៅបង្កើតនៅក្របខ័ណ្ឌមួយដែលយើងអាចប្រើប្រាស់ជាលក្ខណៈតំបន់បានហើយនៅក្នុងរូបផងដែរយើងមាន dimension យើងមាន knowledge skill ហើយនិង responsibility នៅក្នុងនោះយើងមានចែកចេញជា7 dimension នៅក្នុងនោះមាន sub dimension តូចផងដែរអញ្ចឹងបទបង្ហាញក្រោយទៀតក៏នឹងបង្ហាញRM1 នឹងឡើងវិញផងដែរតែមានលក្ខណៈលម្អិតនឹងការ apply ផ្ទាល់តែម្ដងរបស់ presenter មួយបាទអញ្ចឹងនៅពេលដែលមានជាសំណួរអាចសួរនៅក្នុងនោះឬក៏មានជា comment អីផ្សេងតាក់ទងទៅនឹង OM ទី1ហើយចំពោះ OM2 វិញយើងនិយាយអំពី student workload measurement ហ្នឹងគឺយើងផ្ដោតទៅលើកិច្ចការរបស់និស្សិតដែលនៅក្នុងនោះយើងនិយាយអំពី contact hours ហើយនិង independent hours ដែលយើងនិយាយអំពីម៉ោងនៅក្នុងថ្នាក់រៀនហើយនិងម៉ោងដែលនិស្សិតចំណាយពេលនៅខាងក្រៅថ្នាក់រៀនអញ្ចឹងយើងចង់ដឹងថាតើនៅក្នុង course មួយហ្នឹងនិស្សិតក៏ដូចជាលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូដែលបង្រៀនហ្នឹងគិតថាម៉ោងដែលនិស្សិតនឹងយកទៅប្រើប្រាស់នៅខាងក្រៅដើម្បីយកទៅរៀនបន្ថែមហ្នឹងគាត់ត្រូវការប្រើពេលប្រមាណដើម្បីរៀននៅក្នុងមុខវិជ្ជាមួយហ្នឹងឲ្យបានជោគជ័យនៅក្នុងការសិក្សាមុខវិជ្ជាមួយហ្នឹងតែយើងធ្វើការប្រមូលទិន្នន័យពីលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូបន្ទាប់មកយើងក៏បានទៅជួបនឹងនិស្សិតដើម្បីសួរនាំថាតើមុខវិជ្ជាមួយហ្នឹងពួកគាត់ត្រូវការពេលប្រមាណដើម្បីរៀនឲ្យចប់នៅក្នុងមុខវិជ្ជាមួយហ្នឹងហើយអ្វីដែលបានអនុវត្តកន្លងមកទាំងអស់គឺមាន4 tool ប៉ុន្តែយើងទើបតែអនុវត្តបាន3ទេទី1គឺdesk estimation ហ្នឹងដែលយើងធ្វើការជាមួយនឹងលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូចង់ដឹងថាតើមុខវិជ្ជាមួយត្រូវការពេលប្រមាណហើយនឹង desk ទី2យើងប្រើជា questionnaire ដើម្បីទៅប្រមូលទិន្នន័យពីលោកគ្រូអ្នកគ្រូហើយនឹងនិស្សិតហើយទី3គឺយើងប្រើ diary ក៏ដូចជា logbook ដែរដែលយើងដាក់កិច្ចការឲ្យសិស្សហើយយើងឲ្យគាត់ list ថាតើនៅក្នុងកិច្ចការមួយដែលគាត់បានធ្វើហ្នឹងមានអ្វីខ្លះ ហើយចំណាយពេលគិតជានាទីអញ្ចឹងពិតចំណាយពេលប្រហែលនាទីធ្វើអីខ្លះដើម្បី complete កិច្ចការដែលគ្រូដាក់ឲ្យហ្នឹងហើយសកម្មភាពនៅក្នុង independent work មានដូចជាគាត់ធ្វើការជាក្រុមគាត់ធ្វើការតែម្នាក់ឯងគាត់ទៅបណ្ណាល័យចុះទៅ field អីជាដើមហើយប្រសិនបើអស់លោកស្រីក៏ដូចជាបងប្អូននិស្សិតគិតថាមានសកម្មភាពអ្វីផ្សេងទៀតដែលក្រៅពីបទបង្ហាញរបស់គាត់ក៏អាចលើកឡើងមកដែរបាទហើយចំពោះ RM3 នៅក្នុង tool ទី4គឺយើងធ្វើ focus group ដែលក្នុងគម្រោងចាប់ផ្ដើមពីចុងខែ4និងបញ្ចប់នៅចុងខែ5ដូច្នេះ RM4 ដែលជា focus group នេះគឺកំពុងតែ under progressing ទេអញ្ចឹងយើងអត់ទាន់បានលទ្ធផលអ្វីដើម្បីយកមកបង្ហាញជូនទេអញ្ចឹងប្រហែលជាវាគ្មិននឹងធ្វើបទបង្ហាញមាននៅក្នុង student workload មាន3 tool ទី4យើងកំពុងតែ apply អញ្ចឹងអត់ទាន់បានទេបាទហើយចំពោះទី3 RM3 ហ្នឹងគឺយើងនិយាយអំពី authentic assessment ឬក៏គេហៅថា real ឬក៏ performance based evaluation យើងធ្វើការវាយតម្លៃទៅលើសកម្មភាពជាក់ស្ដែងដូចជាគាត់និយាយថានៅខាងគាត់មាន simulation ជាដើមបាទអញ្ចឹង authentic assessment នៅក្នុងស្ថាប័នដូចជាខ្ញុំកំពុងតែ apply នេះយើងមាន set ជា rubric អីខ្លះដើម្បីយើងធ្វើការ assess ទៅលើនឹងបាទអញ្ចឹងពីលើ traditional assessment ដែលយើងមាននៅក្នុងថ្នាក់ហើយគឺយើងកំពុងតែ apply ជាមួយនឹង authentic assessment បាទសូមអរគុណYour Excellency, Professor, Doctor, ladies and gentlemen, and all beloved students, so I would like to take the floor and start again our program. And I hope you all had a coffee and as fresh as at the beginning. Now let's move on to our next session. The topic for this session is on the overview of three recognition mechanism. And this session will be handled by 6 resource speakers. And first we have Dr. No Harzilan Matno from the University Technology Malaysia.
Dr. Noha Zilan is a professor at the Faculty of Civil Engineering, University Technology Malaysia, and specialized in pipeline integrity and has expertise in various areas such as degradation, maintenance, and risk assessment. So as the editor-in-chief of the Malaysian Journal of Civil Engineering and the Asian Engineering Journal, and also hold the position of section editor for Journal Technology. Please welcome Dr. No Hazilan.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Clear? Very nice. Thank you for the brief introduction. My name is Nur Hazilan from University Technology Malaysia, Johor. This is my first visit to Cambodia. I love the vibe, but sadly, I will return back to Malaysia tomorrow. So next time I have to come back again. And before this presentation, we had small visit to the glass workshop just a few minutes ago. It was amazing, outstanding. So thank you for the visit. Okay, today I'm going to share with you what we have done, the team of civil engineering from University Technology Malaysia. Especially we are focusing on RM2 because our friend there, Dr. N, she has summarized greatly the RM1, RM2, and RM3. So my turn, I'm going to share some of the findings from recognition mechanism number 2 related to student workload. Okay. Oh, very nice here. Okay, this is technology. Okay, so as you know that the aim of this project is to come out with a general assessment framework in order to standardize the way we design our higher education engineering program. So we need to standardize the way we design our program? Very easy. First, global recognition. Second, to improve student mobility. These days, our students still struggle to join any student exchange program in ASEAN region because of non-compatibilities of our curriculum. So very hard for them to get exemptions for the credit transfer. So this is our aim. In the future, imagine this, every single university, we use the same assessment framework to design our program, the same way we assess the student, test 1, quiz, group project, final exam, even the same way we implement the authentic assessment. Everything's compatible. So students from Cambodia can go to Malaysia, Malaysia to Cambodia, Cambodia to Laos. They can easily transfer the credit. Imagine that. So that is the kind of academic world we are looking into. Okay? All right. So we have 3 recognition mechanisms, but today I'm going to focus on RM2. It's all about student learning time, what we call student learning time or student workload. How we define that if the subject or course is 3 credit, that is 3 credit. Is that 3 credit is assigned correctly? Is the workload for 3 credit subject is according to the actual workload? Okay. So yeah, we are part of the civil engineering team, and we hope that from our perspective, our team can be ASEAN International Champion, representing the civil engineering program. So these are our teams, the members from 13 countries representing civil engineering, and this is my teams. Okay, that's me and the rest. So how many? 7 of us. And for your information, I have joined previously from CALOHEA. We have TASE project, and also in the TASE project. During the TASE project with Doisto University and Tuning, we have developed student competencies for ASEAN region, for medicine, education, and also civil. Then we continue the project from TASE to CALOHEA in order to come out with a general assessment framework. And this is important for us because for University Technology Malaysia, next year, our program will be evaluated, assessed for the next round of accreditation. The last one, 2018. So 2024, the Engineering Accreditation Council, the representing Board of Engineering Malaysia will come and assess our program before they can give the accreditation. So we use the finding from TASE and CALOHEA first as part of the CQI, the continuous quality improvement, and also to revise our curriculum, because in Malaysia, we need to revise the curriculum every 5 years. Every 5 years, we need to revise. And one of the aspects when we do the curriculum revision is the student learning time or student workload. Okay, so this is the activities we've been doing in the past 2 years. And currently, if you focus on the RM2, the green line, we are here there, consultation round 1, consultation round 2. So consultation round 1 has been completed, and today I'm going to focus on consultation round 1. We did some survey to students and lecturers, and we are going to share the results today. Consultation round 2 logbook and focus group is ongoing, almost completed, slightly 90%. Okay, so let's go straight into recognition mechanism number 2, tool 2 application, and semester questionnaire. We compare with tool 1, desk estimation. Dr. N has also introduced all those 4 tools, if you still remember. Okay, tool 1 is desk estimation, and this is tool 2, the end of semester questionnaire. So end of semester questionnaire is the tool number 2, and then we have diary logbook, and focus group discussion. So all of these tools will produce results. But today, my focus is on the end of semester questionnaire because it's been completed. We have submitted the report 2 months ago. Okay, so the introduction. We have chosen Bachelor of Civil Engineering program because this is the only program we offer to our undergraduate students. We only have one program, but at postgraduate program, we have 17 programs. Okay, but this project focuses on undergraduate. And since we have 8 semesters, 4-year study for the student to graduate, so we have selected semester number 5, the 5th semester. Okay, so the survey was done on the 6th semester. So we asked students their experience on the previous semester. So we have selected menu from the 5th semester. Why 5th semester? Because the semester has no elective courses. It means that all students need to register every single courses in that particular semester. So equal learning activities and equal learning time. All right, so how did we start? So for the student, 2 rounds of briefing from 12 May and 21st July. And we did the survey on the 21st July to 21st of August. And then we conduct another briefing to academic staff. The survey was done separately to students and also to lecturers who teach the subjects in the menu of 5th semester. Okay, so the briefing and survey was conducted online because now everybody loves online, but I still love the old way, physical meeting. And all briefing sessions were recorded and provided to the respondents so that it will be easier for them to refer in case if they need to. And the questionnaire were distributed in an online open source platform. So we can keep the analysis, we can keep the raw data in the cloud. All right, the size of sample, 13 academic staff involved in semester number 5, in the 5th semester, and we have selected 40 students. Only student that has passed all the subject by getting at least 40 out of 100. Okay, these are the students that has been selected to be part of the sample. And we expect each student to answer minimum 2 and maximum 3 courses. We don't ask the student, every single student of these 42, to evaluate all those 6 courses. It's time consuming. So minimum 2, maximum 3. Okay? And let me introduce to you the selected semester. This is the menu offered to 3rd-year students on the 5th semester. It has 7 courses. Of these 7 courses, 5 are core courses with the code starting with S. If you see that S, SEAA, that means that our core courses belongs to Faculty of Civil Engineering. It's a civil engineering courses. And another 2, UHLB, UKQ, these are general courses offered by the university. Okay, so 5 plus 2, 7. And based on our previous calculation, we did a very simple way to calculate. Okay, for instance, if the lecture 3 hours per week, we call it 3 credit. That's how we did it. So in total, the student expect to have 15 credit per semester. And according to Engineering Accreditation Council, 1 credit equivalent to 40 hours. So 15 credit, it means that we expect the survey, if the survey can match our calculation, in 1 semester, the student will spend 600 hours. Not just attending lecture, means that it's a guided, non-guided, physical, non-physical. Attending lectures, preparing for the test, spend time looking for material from ChatGPT, okay, who knows? To complete the assignments, okay, tutorial. So all these activities must be counted for. Okay, so we expect 15 credit per semester. The total should be not more than 600. We expect between 560 to 600 hours. Okay, so we were so nervous prior to the survey. We hope that what we calculate was correct. Do you want to know the answer? Let me introduce after this. Okay, so our target now 600, remember 600, okay? So first, let me share the findings from student perspective. If you look at the figures, the workload hour student, for instance, theory structure, SEA 3243, we assign 3 credit. What does it mean? The workload should be not more than 120. But the student said 138. Okay, not that bad. It's just a little bit more. SEA 3412, 2 credit means that 80, okay, 104. Phew, we are sweating now. Reinforced concrete design, 120. Student thinks 106. Not bad, not more than 120, more than 80, but not more than 120. Okay, not bad. And so on and so forth. And when you look at the coefficient of variance, means that how divide the answer from the student, those 2 general courses, UHB, UKQ, means that nothing to do with civil engineering courses. It has the highest variation. Why? Because these 2 courses has no exam. It's very open-ended type of assessment, so student cannot expect how long they need to spend times. So it's pretty obvious now. For engineering courses, they are very structured. All right. Then we ask the same question to academic staff. But because academic staff only has 13 lecturers, so no standard deviation or the dispersion measurement. So it seems like the lecturers do understand, or their expectation almost close to the assigned credit. Theory of structure 120, the average 120. We do not bribe the lecturers, don't worry. This is a very transparent. Building information 80, the answer 84. That's why students hate lecturers. Okay? Reinforced concrete design 120, 124. So very close. So when we put side by side, the total average of differences, regardless of the sign, is 21 hours. Okay? So that's how the differences between student perspective and lecturers, not that bad. Not that bad, because it's less than 1 credit, 40. Okay, so the summaries of the findings almost end there. The percentage of the difference, we can see that the average is 20 hours between lecturers and student. And of 7 courses, only 1 course has almost similar expectation, which is, if you look, SEA 3022, number 5. Integrated design project. So both parties expect 100 to 104 to 109. So quite similar. All right. And course at advanced level, civil engineering courses, we notice that student expectation is greater than lecturer's expectation. This is something that we need to look at. Was the way we interpret the credit correct? Or we need to adapt to this new generation? Okay, it's okay. So this is the final comparison. When we sum up all the expected hours, the total from student perspective is 646. The total from staff perspective, 644. Means that it's supposed to be not more than 600. It shows that from student and staff perspective, 646, 644, that's equivalent to 16 credit, not 15 credit. It means that even though this is a small sample, but it gives a glimpse that we need to revise our traditional way of calculating the student workload. We have initial evidence there. Okay, but actually for your information, we receive complaint from students regarding the integrated design project. It's 2 credit, but they need to spend more hours because this subject has no exam, but they have to do design to solve actual problem because this is based on authentic assessment. Even though the class is only 2 hours per week, but they spend more time outside the class to solve the problem. And based on the calculation from student and lecturer's perspective, it's more than 600, it's more than 640. So for this particular semester, based on the current finding, it's supposed to be 16 credit. So this is what we have learned. So what's the conclusion? Desk estimation 600, The survey 640. So it's supposed to be 16 credit. And we think that SEA 3022 Design Project 1 should be assigned with much higher credit. So we are now looking into this matter more seriously because we are in the process of reviewing our curriculum at the end of this year, and we are going to adopt the way CALOHEA calculate the student workload, because this is very important, all right, to consider the stakeholders' opinion. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for the opportunities, and hopefully Cambodia can win a lot of gold during the SEA Games. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noor Hasilan, for your very informative presentation, particularly on OM2 student workload, and especially on the tool 2 end of semester questionnaire, which is very informative. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Ahmad Bakri Muhyiddin from University Hasanuddin, Civil Engineering.
Dr. Ahmad is a lecturer at the University of Hasanuddin since 1986 in field of civil engineering. Please welcome Dr. Ahmad.
Okay, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon. Good morning, professors and gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen. Okay. My part is to describe the work of civil engineering in CALOHEA project for recognition. Okay. This is new. Recognition number 1. Okay, this is the same as Professor Noor Hasilan. These are the member in civil engineering. Okay, before going to the framework, this is the same as before. Professor creation regional subject-specific qualification assessment reference framework. And then number 2, installment of culture already explained. Number 3 is implementation of authentic assessment of internationally comparable learning outcome. Yeah. And this is the steps that already taken. Yeah. And for recognition mechanism number 1, hello? Yeah, sorry. Now we agree already on the recognition, the framework, the dimension and subdimension already agree when we introduced that into our university. Unlike Dr. Noor Hasilan, he followed everything from the what's the project before CALOHEA? TASE developed the framework, right? And when that framework was introduced, we are starting this project from the this part, the CALOHEA, and most of the framework were agreed immediately. Yeah, so there is no differences. Yeah, but because I think the framework cover everything that we already have in our curriculum. Yeah. And also actually in culture of student workload, we have some form of the assessment of student workload, but not a form or there is, we have our own individual, everybody has different calculation on the workload. And it's good now that we are now trying to uniformly calculate how we should have the workload for each of the subject. That's never discussed before, even though everybody has their own definition. Yeah, just like when we are in undergraduate, with myself, some students, like when we study together, some work very hard and some just go to sleep, and you know, the one who go to sleep is like the one who's passed. So it's different. Everybody has different capability to understand subject. So the work is, yeah. But for we need to form a more general way of calculating this workload. Something that is new now. Of course, there is a definition of like credit hour, that 1 credit hour is 3 hour a week. That's formally, but we never study this, whether it's actually the case. And also about the authentic assessment. Authentic assessment, actually we have done, but not realizing that that should be something that should be brought up as something that is important. Like when in civil engineering we have like field study, or we have final project, and in final project actually we create a project based on the real data, and then ask the students to form their design. We did that, but never in that it should be included in curriculum. That it's never underline the importance. Yeah, but this one I think it's good. Yeah, so that we have the same target. Yeah, but actually some accreditation format also underline this. But it's good that now in Asia, Southeast Asia country, we have the same. We are targeting to have the same framework like this. Okay, then that's the. This is the meaning of the what the qualification, etc. Of course, there is a qualification from a subject and also national qualification. Yeah, every country has their own requirement. Yeah? But in civil engineering, we also have body of professional, like let me say that I mentioned this, American Society of Civil Engineering or Indonesian Society of Engineering. When curriculum was formed, we based also on those organization. So there are subject, there are national qualification requirement. Also, now we're going to have a regional qualification. I hope those are. I think those are in line with the professional. Only not was formed uniform officially this way. Okay. Here is a subject specification qualification meaning. Yeah. Okay. Each dimension should have knowledge, skills, and responsibility. This is the process of verifying the recognition mechanism number 1. Okay, these are the framework. We have learning, investigative toward solution, serving the society, ability and personality, and subdimension, all of them. Yeah. These are included, and that most the question when we introduce this to our college in our area, more on the importance of the specific subject that they need, like a company that hire our graduate, they already have, okay, this is good, but we want something that's specific, that these skills should be included in the curriculum. That is more of their concern. Okay. All of them, these are okay, and it is everything is agreed by our what we call stakeholders. Yeah. And this is the detail of the that we already agree on. Serving the society is important. Serving society, abilities and personality. Okay. This is our we share the task of targeting the how we're going to assess the. So actually, this is task that we share to have assessment. Okay. The same thing. Yeah. Yeah. This is also regarding the task that we're going to complete in assessment. This is already done. Okay, and I need to skip to recognition number 3. Yeah. Recognition mechanism number C is authentic assessment. Okay. It should be a line of learning objective, real world relevance, performance-based perform tasks or create product that demonstrate their understanding of the subject, multiple measure like observation, interview, and portfolio. These are now currently we are doing. So I hope we're going to have this result that within the target of this project. I think that's all I can say about our current situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmad, for your very informative presentation on ORM1 qualification framework and the ORM3 on the authentic assessment. So next we move on to Dr. Sai. So I would like to invite Dr. Sai Phonikai from National University of Laos.
Associate Professor Dr. Sai Phonikai is Deputy Head of Foreign Language Department at the Faculty of Education. He is also an English lecturer at Faculty of Education, National University of Laos. Please welcome Dr. Sai onto the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. This is my second time to be in Cambodia. I remember I was here 8 years ago, and when I come back, there are a lot of changes, which is good. And the SEA Games is still going on, right, in Cambodia. I hope I have the opportunity to see the game if I have time, maybe on Saturday, right? We still have time, right? Now let's hear from teacher education perspectives about CALOHEA project. So what I would like to share with you today is about RM2 and RM3. So that is student workload and also authentic assessment. Sorry. Where should I? Just touch. Okay, thank you. Technology. Slide. Okay, yeah, RM2 and RM3. I won't go to the detail of the overview of RM2 and 3 because Dr. An and Professor has already mentioned about the details of RM2 and RM3. So what I want to share with you today is what we conducted, the survey with academics or teachers and also students in terms of student workload. Okay, so what we did is that, we introduced the concept of student workload to our participants, especially the teachers and students, to make sure that they understand the concept. And also, what we did is we administered the questionnaire, okay, end of the semester questionnaire to both students and teachers to find out, okay, what their perceptions are in terms of student workloads and from the two types of participants. Yeah, but before we analyze the results, we also did a desk estimation. So a desk estimation is when we calculated the number of hours, especially contact hours and non-contact hours, from the credits that we decided to work on. So in this regard, we decided to focus on 11 courses of English teacher education because I am in the field of teacher education. And we calculate the number of hours, especially contact hours and non-contact hours for the 11 courses. And according to the results here, students were supposed to study face-to-face, that we call contact hours, about 33 hours per week, and non-contact hours or independent work, 27 hours per week. So altogether, students need to spend around 60 hours per week, including contact and non-contact hours from 11 courses. And the total number of hours per semester that students need to complete is about 944 hours. This is what we calculated from the desk estimation. Now, what we found out, in terms of student workload, as you can see here, what students perceive, in terms of number of hours per week or per semester is less than the estimation of the academics. However, what academics, perceive is less than the desk estimation. So this is a concern, for us because the desk estimation, the results of the desk estimation is 944 hours per semester. But what students perceive is 425, around 425 hours per semester. And what academics or teachers perceive is about 632 hours, still less than this estimation. So the student workload here, from 750 to 900 hours, that is considered, feasible in terms of learning and teaching in one semester. But the results indicates, a lower number of hours than the desk estimation. So I'm not sure if you have a similar situation here in Cambodia or in other contexts in Vietnam or in Thailand. Now, when closely looking at, a specific course, as you can see, an average hours per semester, okay, from students it's about 425, and from teachers, okay, so less than the desk estimation. However, there are only two courses, that is writing 3 and also literature 1, that the academics perceive, higher than desk estimation in terms of the semester. So in general, what students and teachers perceive are less than this estimation. That's why maybe we need to think about our learning and teaching, especially our curriculum and our assessment to ensure that what students learn and what teachers perceive are similar in comparison to the desk estimation. Now, I would like to share with you the findings of RM3, that is authentic assessment. The importance of authentic assessment is that, it reflects the teaching, the activities, the teaching and learning, and also, what is supposed to, to do in the real world situation. So in other words, how can we know that what we taught in the class, can be, performed by students in the real world situation? So in this regard, we survey the teachers' perspectives on authentic assessment to see the level of understanding of the teachers in terms of authentic assessment, because what they do will reflect, what students can perform after the graduation. So in this regard, now we want to evaluate the extent to which the participants here refer to the teachers, are familiar with authentic assessment, and also to see whether authentic assessment is used in the actual classroom practices, and to explore the ways to move closer to the full implementation of authentic assessment, especially the action plans that Dr. Lan just mentioned, because we are still developing the action plan for authentic assessment, and we are about to implement those plans. Now, in order to collect the data from our teachers or participants, we have 3 questions to ask them, because we invited them to take part in a focus group discussion. So the first question is, how familiar are teachers or academics with authentic assessment? The second question is, have you already used the authentic assessment in your classroom? And the third question is, what can we do, or what can be done to move closer to authentic assessment of learning in your classroom? So in terms of the first question, what we found out is that 90% of the teachers who took part in the study said that they're familiar with the concept of authentic assessment. However, when we asked them to explain what is authentic assessment, only 63% of them were able to explain. So there's a gap, there's maybe a misunderstanding here. And when asked about whether they use authentic assessment in their class, only 60% of the teachers said that they have used authentic assessment in the class. Maybe they have used it, but they could not explain, or they could not make a connection between the activities that they asked students to do in the class and to the concept of authentic assessment. So they might not know that they have used authentic assessment in assessing students' performance. And also when asked about how can we move closer to a full implementation of authentic assessment, most teachers say that we need to monitor and evaluate the use of authentic assessment in the actual classroom practices. And they also said that they need a support, from relevant authorities, especially from the faculty members, because some of them are still, not sure how to implement or how to design authentic assessment tasks in actual classroom teaching. And they also need a professional learning community, meaning that they have, it would be good for them to learn from each other, because they want other teachers who know how to implement or know how to decide the task to share with them about the task and the ways to implement authentic assessment. And also they need peer support and in-service professional training. So this is what I want to share with you today. If you have questions or if you have something to share from your context or from your experience about these two mechanisms, student workload and authentic assessment, we can discuss today or in the workshop tomorrow. So thank you very much for your attention.
Very much thank you, Dr. Sai Foniko, for your very informative presentation on ORM2, Tool 1 and 2, and the ORM3, the finding and comparison between the academics and student and desktop estimation. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Panvanra Suprawat from Chulalongkorn University in the teacher education.
Assistant Professor Dr. Panvara Suprawat is currently working as a professional lecturer at Educational Management Program, Faculty of Education. As the program administrator, she is the PhD Program Committee and Secretary for Thai and International Program in Educational Management. Besides working at the university, she also a school accreditation inspector for international school in Thailand. Please welcome Dr. Panvara.
Good morning, everyone. I feel very much honored to be here with you guys today and be able to share what we did at Chulalongkorn University Teacher Education, Faculty of Education. So let's start. Okay, this is just a very brief overview of the program that we have joined for this CALOHEA project. We joined into subject area group, which is civil engineering and teacher education, and we participate with 3 universities. And as you already listened repeatedly so many times, on this project we focusing with the 3 objectives. So as Dr. Say already mentioned about RM2 and RM3. I'm also going to share what our outcome with the RM2 and RM3 as well, but I would like to share a little bit of what we did as a whole subject area group in terms of come up with a subject-specific framework as well. So with the RM1, the structure, just like you have listened this morning, we have dimension, sub-dimension, and which is dimension and sub-dimension. We divide into knowledge, skills, and responsibility. And this is from the next slide, is going to show you what we did in the subject area group to come up with the draft 8 of the framework. First of all, each country need to study your own policy first. So we, as each country and each university, need to study and do a review of literature of our national qualification framework, or the policies, or any qualification for our subject specific. And we also look into the trends and the future, like the trends as well, what we would like to be the outcome for our teacher in the future. And as well as we also include the research finding from CALOHEA project phase 1, which we call TASE. As you can see from the green circles, that's the outcome from the project phase 1. After each country do the synthesis of their documentation and put the data into the table, like on the right side, each country come with the synthesis paper and have an online meeting, because this project started 2 years ago during the pandemic. So all the meeting that we did for the past 2 years was done online. And this is the picture snapshot of what we did during the online session. our subject coordinator kindly divide us into groups. The abbreviation of group 1, 2, 3 is the name of all the university that join. So we divide it into three groups and then make a comments and like thoughts and discuss about all the data that we got from each country. So we synthesize it together and then come up with the regions framework, which you can see from the table on the right side. And from the draft of the framework, each country take the data and then go back to the country and then consult with three groups of experts. This is a snapshot of what we did for the Zoom conference with academic to get their opinions and thoughts about the subject area group specific framework. And we also consult with the employers and consult with the graduates as well. So we gather all the information from all the stakeholders that related to using the graduates. And then here is the draft number 8 that we have so far as a region subject-specific qualification reference framework. For the teacher education, we have 7 main dimensions and 20 sub-dimensions. So each country, when they do the national meeting like we did right now, we use this framework to discuss with all the participants and stakeholders. And then after this, in June, we're gonna have another researcher team meeting, and then we're gonna synthesize and share the data that we got again, and then we probably gonna come up with draft 9 and draft 10 and so on until the project is finished. And the next one is going to be about RM2 that we did in the Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, which is about student workload. The research procedure is basically the same as the rest of the university that do, because we use the same methodology. So I would like to share you a little bit of what the result of the finding. This is 4 tools that we use. So number 1 and number 2 we already done, and then number 3, which is logbook and focus group discussion, is still on process. This is the finding from, this is a sample description from the questionnaire. So you can see it has 2 programs, because this is, we participate in the subject teacher education subject area group with 2 universities. So I have got the data from another university as well. So the first university, which is Chulalongkorn University, we do the sample with the science education specialized in physics. The semester that we chose was in term 2, and the course that student took was 13 courses. And the second university, they do the sample to answer in the questionnaire with the major in English. So it's a little bit different. One is the science teacher, another one is the language teacher. The semester that they was chosen was term 6, and then there is 8 courses in the questionnaire. And here is the result. The table on the left side is from Chulalongkorn University. We got it from the science teacher, science students. So as you can see, the total workload, number of hour estimation, the academic expected a little bit more from what actually student did or use in their courses. So for the number 1, the average hour per course per semester, student expected a little bit less than what expected from the academic, and total hour per semester, student used less than what academic expected. On the bar chart on the right side is from another university. for the whole semester, the result is pretty much the same as Chulalongkorn University, which is academic expected more of working hours, study time than students actually use. But for the average workload of them per week, academic expected less than what actually students perceive or use in the real life in the workload per week. But from the data, from the information that we got from CALOHEA project, they say the student workload of 750 to 900 hours per semester is generally considered feasible for students to manage. So overall hour per semester for both university, it's still in between the range. So hopefully that we still right on track in terms of like the rest of the world in terms of the student workload. And here is the comparing data from the questionnaire and the desk estimation. For the column student and academic, that's the number of hours that we got from the questionnaire. And the student workload estimation, that's from the university policy. I think just like what other professors that already shared, the university also have the regulation of the credit hour and within contact time and also off outside the classroom time. So what we got from the questionnaire is still under what university policy or regulation. So I think we still find in terms of the real life or in terms of what really happened in the classroom. And this is RM3. So RM3 is about authentic assessment as we trying to measure the learning outcome. With the methodology of this RM3, we have two steps. The first one is to try to know the present state of what happens in the university. And the second step is come up with the draft plan. So phase one, try to know the current state of what happens in the university, in the Faculty of Education right now. We already done. We also use the focus group discussion with the academics. And the second one is about the plan. We already done the short-term and long-term plan, but we didn't have a chance to implement the plan just yet. I will have a snapshot of the plan to show you later on the slide. So this is, I would like to share with you some suggestion from the focus group discussion that we be able to summarize the way to move closer to authentic assessment in order to measure the learning outcome. The summarize of the thoughts and comments from the focus group with the academic has 4 suggestions. The first one is the support from the faculty in terms of training and policy implementation. We reassure that the faculty members will design the course using authentic assessment. So basically, the support from university administrator level is very important. The second one is setting up the professional learning community in order to plan the course collaboratively as well as to share the best practice. I'm not quite sure this is happened in like other university as well or not, but in our university, faculty member is very, very independent. It's very difficult for them to come together and discuss like about teaching and learning, especially with the different departments. So professional learning community is come up as one of the suggestions to make us like basically talk more. Allow more time for the faculties to plan the course together. And the last one is design the learning outcome that clear and concise so that all the faculty members are clear of the goal and be able to decide the assessment which is to be authentic. And this is some example of the authentic assessment that we use in the faculty right now. So basically, I think it's pretty much straightforward. We, from the result that we have got from the focus group, most of the teachers, 9 out of 10 can explain what is authentic assessment like correctly. And this is the screenshot of our action plan. The top one is the short-term plan, which is between January to October this year. The middle term plan is from November to September next year. And this is a little picture of our first national meeting in Thailand, but it's the second national meeting of the program. So here we are, and this is what we did in teacher education in Thailand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Penwanra Sukrawat, for your very nice and informative presentation from OM1 to OM3. So next we move to Dr. Lee Thi Thieu Phung from Long Nam University, Ho Chi Minh, from teacher education.
Mrs. Le Thi Thieu Phung is a PhD student in TESOL. She has been teaching for Long Nam University, Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam since 2005. She is also a teacher trainer for Vietnam National Foreign Language Project. Her research interests are English teaching methodology, technology in English language teaching, and teacher professional development. Please welcome Ms. Le Thi Thieu Phung onto the stage.
Tuesday. Good morning. And my name is Yu Phượng from Vietnam, from, what is it? Yes, from the teacher education group of Phnom Penh University, Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. And it's my great honor to be here to share and to discuss with you about our team project's results. Yeah? As you can see here is the image of my university, and hope to welcome you to Vietnam someday. Thank you. Now, before my presentation, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Institute of Technologies of Cambodia and the CALOHEA project, for the very great opportunity to meet with other experts today. And in my talk today, I would like to summarize briefly about the result of our research projects. We have? Yes. Just a briefly summary of 3 recognition mechanisms with the teacher education team in Vietnam. And of course, I will move from the line number 1 to line number 3. So the first one is for line number 1, the teacher qualifications framework. Yeah, and you can see that here, after discussion with the team members, the academics, and the experts in education, and the student and alumni. So we have added some more explanation and suggest some small changes, some minor changes to the teacher qualification framework. As you can see on the slide in the red highlighted, for dimension 1, dimension 2, and mostly in the sub-dimension of responsibility. Yeah, a little bit of dimension 3 and dimension 4. Yes, and in dimension 5, we suggested that we should change a little bit of the title here, community engagement and social leadership. Yeah, so for line number 1, our consideration of the teacher qualification framework is that we can summarize it in some lines only. The first one, that we should focus more on skill and responsibility. Yeah, of the teacher, the future teacher, our teacher education. And Of course, so we should change into the, develop more of the competence-based approach. And of course, we should enhance assessment of these criteria, the assessment of maybe the sub-dimensions as well as the dimensions. And now going on to line number 2, the student workload. And to be honest, that I'm quite surprised that in Vietnam, we have the same result with Laos and Thailand. And I will show you the result. So you can see that the first step of to estimate the student workload is from the questionnaire, okay? The third-year student in the Faculty of Foreign Languages and Technical Education. And the courses we choose, you can see it, you can look at the chart here. So you can see in summary that is a, much different between the academic perception and the student perception. With the academic perception is higher, okay, than the student perception. It's quite surprising. Yeah, for the desk estimation and the end of semester questionnaire, our results of finding, you can see that it's 3 columns here. The academic estimation is much higher than the student estimation, just for the student workload. As teacher, we are supposed, our students, to spend more time on, that beyond the contact hour. But in real flight, the result is quite, a little bit shocking. Right? Yeah, and we also are in the progress of the third step, is the diary of the logbook tool. And this is the course that we choose to apply. And I would like to show you that the 2 weeks results, actually we have done this stuff, but because, there are enough space on the slide, so I just want to show you, 2 weeks only. So you see that it's very similar to the previous finding from the desk estimation, from the end of semester questionnaire. Here for the logbook tool, you can see, although the academics estimate, suppose the student to spend 30 minutes, okay, on the first task, but the average answer from the student is just 17 minutes. And the only exception here is for the presentation. Because the presentation task is a set. The student gets a grade for the presentation. So of course, they spend much more time preparing for their presentation. Yes, so maybe it's related to the assessment policy, okay? The assessment and the measurement of the course here. We also follow with a little bit discuss from the focus group of the student and some popular reason for the difference between the academic perspective, the academic expectation, and the student real workload. It can be found like this. Right, so our students responded that is because they lack of time management skill. And they also admitted that they lack of self-study skill, and that the reason why they spend less time, okay, on preparing the lesson than their teacher hoped. And of course, that we have another reason is that because the teacher asked the student to work in group, so they have the psychology, okay, to depend on their group mate, lack of interest of the subject. Because we here, the course that we choose to apply in American literature, with a little bit, quite challenging for the student in the language, okay? And also, in reading skill and in the love of the subject. Yeah. Other students, they respond that because of the homework overload from other courses, because they have to take about 6 or 7 courses per semester and a lot of homework overload. And one of the findings that surprised us the most is that the internet information overload. So when I ask my student, why there is a difference between what is it? The workload between the academics and the student. Why didn't you spend more time on looking up for the information of the next lesson? And my answers, my student answered that because that they did search for the internet, for the information on the internet. They did look up the information, but there are a lot of information, and they kind of the internet information overload, and then they quit. And of course, the last reason is the insufficient language proficiency, because you know that it's really hard for students to study a very, difficult subjects such as literature with a vocabulary at very high level. So that is on for line number 2, and I would like to move on to line number 3 for the authentic assessment. Our team conducted 3 steps of this. The first one is the focus discussion group with the academics in the faculty. And as you can see on the pie chart here, authentic assessment is not a new term for our academics. Right? And all of the teaching staff had applied authentic assessment in their courses already. So in particular, the most popular authentic assessment activity, yes, that are applied, that are implemented in our courses, including role play, debating, discussion, presentation in many topics, in many themes, video making followed by peer assessment. And for the student whose majors is in the teaching, yes, their authentic assessment include lesson plan designing and teaching practice. Yeah, and now we are in the progress of the action plan for authentic assessment. And we have conducted in the course level in which our students are to, that is just one example of the action plans of the authentic assessment in the course level program, that the students are required to make a video, to make an interview with foreigners. And they are required to, that's a short video clip, okay? And the topic is based on their course, the knowledge of the course, the content of the course. Some example. Now, so we are in the progress of the course level, and we are going to apply it into the program level. Yeah, so in conclusion, I would like to, to state some benefits that this project bring to, that Vietnam, the sub-team of Vietnam. And you know that during about a year of doing the research projects, so we realized that, that it helps us to reimagine and redesign and teaching and learning. And it's also the great opportunity for us to discuss and sharing among academics, experts, employers, alumni, many stakeholders from many universities in Vietnam. It's a great opportunity thanks to this project. And its answer is very important, for us to be here. not only we get the result fighting in Vietnam, but we can compare with other neighbor countries, so that Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, yes, and it's surprising that we find out that we have the same result, same fighting. And of course, it's a significant background to compare and assess training programs, learning outcome, and make, that our teaching and learning updated. So that brings me to the end of my presentation today. And again, thank you very much for the Institution of Technology of Cambodia and the CALOHEA project. Yes, thank you.
Once again, thank you, Mrs. Lee Thi Phiu Phuong, for your presentation and including all the overview and OM1 to OM3. Now we come to the end of presentation because Dr. Linit is not able to come for the presentation, and we come to the Q&A session. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question, please, in here you can raise up and our team will pass you the microphone. And for those who is online, please, you can write your question in the chat box. Thank you. Vàចំពោះលោកស្រីដែលបានចូលរួមតាមរយៈអនឡាញអាចសរសេរជាសំណួរនៅក្នុង chat box តែម្ដងហើយក្រុមការងារយើងខ្ញុំនឹងអានជាសំណួរជូនបាទ
Okay, as we don't have a question from the audience, so I would like just to thank our speaker for very good presentation and share your experience in how to develop the 3RM in this project. I would just have two questions to the speaker. First, to Professor Dr. Nohasilan. So I would like just to ask if in your university you already include student workload in your curriculum design and it's appear as in the session method or not yet. Yeah. And the next question I would like to have more detail to Dr. Penh Vara about the logbook that you are on the way. So can you just share it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Let me make sure that I got your question correctly. So you would like me to share what we did about logbook, right? Okay. We also use the same group of students as the questionnaire as well. So which is going to be the science department major in physics, so that we can compare the data. And the logbook, I think we did it last month towards the end of the term. So the result, I think, which is like the result from the logbook is very, very useful and precise, because basically students can focusing on what they did, like week by week, day by day. And what we found out from the logbook is the tasks that teachers assign them, that it need to be utilized, like integrated between the theory and their critical thinking or creativity. Students tend to use more times to finish these tasks. which is quite like contradictory to the estimation hour from academic. And but then I didn't share it with you because it's not really done in like analyzing the data yet, but the process of using the logbook is finished. And for the focus group discussion, we're going to conduct it next week, and that's going to be included variety of students. It's not going to be just only student from science department.
Actually, so your logbook is recorded by student and also by teacher, right?
Yes, academic as well. That's why we can compare the data that the student said that they use more time than what teacher expected from the work, that basically need to be use their creativity as well as integrated with the theory. Because I think the student said that they need to kind of like revise what they did in the classroom with the teachers in terms of ground theory first, and then make a project with their creativity. That's why students use more times than what academic expected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think my first question is already clear to Professor Nohasilam. I will
Oh, it's me, eh? Can you repeat the question? Can you repeat the question, please?
I didn't pronounce well your name, perhaps. Sorry. Actually, in your presentation, you said your credit is 40 hours, 1 credit, right? So
Yes, one
it's
credit
really,
equivalent to
completely
40
different
hours.
from what we do in Cambodia. We consider 15 hours for 1 credit for course, and for practice we consider 30 hours for credit. Okay. And we are based on contact hours, not student workload. But as your experience in your country, you already use student workload in your curriculum design, right? So I want just to know if your qualification framework in your country, you consider on student workload or on credit?
Actually, traditionally, when we assign the credit, like in 1990s, early 2000, before we have the Malaysian Qualification Framework, it's basically based on the contents of that particular courses. Okay, how many contents you want to cover. Let's say we decide we are going to have 10 topics and it requires 3 hours per week. So automatically it will be 3 hours. Means that we only focus on the guided learning. The student workload based on the guided learning, they come to the class. And the tradition has been carried on. But when we try to revise, when EAC, Engineering Accreditation Council, based on the Malaysian Qualification Framework, they produce the guideline. They have redefined that 1 credit should be equivalent to 40 hours. These 40 hours include guided and non-guided learning, physical and non-physical activities. Means that we have to consider, for instance, even though it's 2 credit subject, okay, they just come to the class 2 hours per week. But maybe that courses requires students to do a lot of group project and individual assignment. They have to go to the site. So previously we didn't consider this particular workload. That's why we keep saying it's 2 credit, like integrated design project. Integrated design project, student has to go to the sites, meet the engineers, try to solve the problem. They need to spend time more outside the class. We didn't consider that. So what MQF and EAC has the way they redefine actually is the correct way. So we need to follow that procedure because that's part of the CQI. So means that 40 hours seems reasonable because that 40 hours for 1 credit includes guided and non-guided learning. I think that is the correct way to do. Not just for Malaysia, but for ASEAN region. So that we can be fair to the student. Yeah. Am I answering question? Good? All right.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much all the speaker for very interesting presentation and the result from the survey as well. I am Kiang from Civil Engineering Faculty, ITC. I'm interested in the student workload. As you may know, student, amazing. Some are very outstanding, some are weak. So the workload they have been taken also different. Outstanding student, they spend shorter time for doing their work, assignment, and so on. So workload is less, but a weak student not. So in this case, I would like to ask if you have any criteria or some acceptable level. For example, the workload as hour. Acceptable, how many percent higher than the desk estimation is acceptable? Because if we do the curriculum modification for the first time based on the survey, and then we use the revised curriculum, for example, next 3 years, we do the survey again, and then it's still higher than the desk estimation. So what will you do in that case? That's my question, if you got it. Anyone can answer.
Is it switched on? Yes, it's switched on. I'll give it a try. Because my colleagues, they will help me. So in your theoretical example, we have this desk estimation and a survey. But our colleagues explained that we also have the diary method, because we're not sure what's the best method to calculate student workload. So that's why we take these different approaches and then discuss. And after the discussion in the focus group, we decide how to proceed. So I think the lesson also that you have to have this multi-factor or multi-way approach to come to some sort of conclusion about student workload. Because as you said, like in the teacher education, you see that the desk estimation from the staff is much higher than the actually perceived workload from the students. But if they dive deep, it might turn around, if I understood you both correctly. In the engineering, you saw that the student workload based on the end of semester questionnaire was higher than the staff estimation. So what will come out of the logbook? So there is not one way to estimate student workload. You have this multi-factor or multi-way approach, and then decide, and basically, so also the last step, the focus group, is so important, because then you know what's going on within these subjects. Because I was sometimes wondering, what's going on in these subjects? Why is the student workload different from the staff expectations? Are they watching YouTube videos to understand these books? Or what do these students do to really grasp what they have to learn? So this discussion, consultation, whatever you want to call it, with your students and staff is, I think, the most important step. And based on that step and the discussion, you decide whether or not you need to change. But never ever, I think, in my opinion, on one of these methods. But I don't know if my colleagues want to share something.
I just like to add to the point. When we assess student workloads, especially the questionnaire, when we distributed the questionnaire to the students, they were still wondering, how can we count the number of hours or minutes, as student workload, because they didn't keep records of the time when they participated in projects or independent work. That's why I think because of the survey, I don't know, maybe you have similar situation in Vietnam. So they just put the number that they think they can accomplish the task without considering the actual time that they spend on the task. So they just estimate. That's why the results, as I show you, is very different, from the desk estimation. So less number of hours than the desk estimation. I don't know, maybe we need to think about the tools, maybe. But I haven't finished the logbook and also the focus group discussion. I just collect the data, but I haven't finished the analysis yet. So maybe next time I can share the findings and let's see what is going to be like. Yeah, thank you. Something to add?
Just to add a little bit spices, actually. As you know that we have 4 tools. Okay, that's estimations tool 1, and the one that I presented tool 2, and the rest also, they also introduced not just survey, because survey is at program level, and then you go deep into cost level. We have the logbook and the focus group. Then we can decide. Okay, and for the survey, actually the survey is very sensitive to the size of the sample. You need to select the correct student because they have to recall how did they experience the workload. That's why we need to choose the student that still have the fresh memories. And second, I didn't share with you all these outliers detection and analysis. We need to filter the data before we get. But in the end, my message is, it's not about the numbers that you get in the end. RM2 is all about installing the culture of student workload. This is what have been missing, not just in Malaysia and in the ASEAN region. So in the end, it's all about giving awareness so that the higher education, the institution has this kind of attitude and culture to consider student workload in the design process of our program. Yeah, that is the ultimate goal in the end. Because having this student workload culture is so crucial so that it can support the proposed qualification assessment framework. Okay, so from our perspective, we have learned a lot. It gives awareness to our team so that we can move forward by having this correct culture. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for your kind explanation. So the tool to access the workload, I understand you have a logbook like diary that can be more specific and accurate than just answering the questionnaire, right? And I believe there's so much more to learn. So I hope the success of this project as well. Thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you. I just have one short question. I think we are going to discuss with the word authentic assessment to make sure maybe I have my own understanding and the other may have their own understanding. So to be sure to know exactly what is it mean. Could anyone explain the meaning of authentic assessment? Thank you.
Can I give a try?
Yeah.
Before this project, we thought that in our program in Malaysia, we have authentic assessment. So when the CALOHEA introduced authentic assessment, we said, We have authentic assessment in our program. Just by looking at the authentic assessment or solve real problem, we have that. But when we dive deeper, we just realize that our assessment is not as authentic that we think. I give you example. We have a concrete design subject. Okay, students learn how to design this building. So we teach them how to design, how to calculate, to determine the size of the column, the height, everything. Okay, based on standard. And then we give them group project. We give them actual plan, house, the actual house plan and design. We thought that is authentic. And it's not authentic. You know why? There is no problem with the task. We just give them the plan, you just design. And what is the outcome? Just the size of the column, beam, that's all. The output is only one. The correct and wrong one, the way we define is the correct one, there's only one way. Okay, that's all. But that is not purely authentic because there is no problem-solving process that relates to the actual problem faced by the engineers. So, if you want to make it authentic, when we give them that project, the real plan, it must have some sort of problem. Means that when student wants to design, they need to think, there's one issue, there's one problem with the drawing. And that problem similar to the real experience. And the way to solve it, there are many ways. There is no right or wrong way. Okay? And then when the student manage to solve the problem, we need to give response to them. How did you perform? So that student understand whether their method is the best one, not the right or wrong. So that's the difference. So previously we give them plan, ask them to design, we thought that is authentic. That is not authentic because it's real plan, but it doesn't have any problem. So means that student just use whatever they learn in the class and design, but there is no issues. But when they work as an engineer, 80% of their time, they will spend time to solve issues. So I think, to summarize, authentic assessment is where students need to perform real-world tasks with real-world issues, the actual issues. Okay, if it's just a task similar to real-world tasks, but it doesn't come with issues, that is partially authentic. Yeah, that's. So after we learn about that, then we said, okay. Now we are more humble. Okay, fine. Okay, I hope you understand. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Professor. Let me please go to the question online. We have one question. Okay, this is Rainer. I'm from Swearing University. Please allow me to raise a question. How is it different from KS, or I think knowledge, skill, responsibility that we use in RM1, yeah? And KSA, so I think KSA, in Cambodia we use KSA, knowledge, skill, attitude. So I think the question is they want you to clarify what is the difference in terms of using KS or and KSA. So I think particularly to those who present or M1, yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure if I understand correctly, but I'll give it a try to answer this question. In responsibility, I tried to convey this morning and try to explain that if you look at responsibility, you really look at what do you entrust a professional, a recently graduate to do. And attitude, in my opinion, is more, does the person have the right attitude? And responsibility is more about action. Yes? Does that make sense for you? Yeah, for the person online, of course,
Okay.
but I can't see it.
And anyone who want to share?
Want to add something to my explanation about responsibilities? Like I said, what do you entrust a professional to do? So it's one step, in my idea, one step further than attitude. If someone knows how to do something, that's attitude. But really shows is the next level. You know how hard it is to stop eating, let's say, sugar. I'm a doctor, so you know that it's not healthy, so your attitude might be right, but actually refraining from sugar or something else is so hard. So it's the next level. Okay? So add something.
You know Superman? With great power come great responsibility. Okay. So if you are Marvel superheroes, you have powers, means that you have responsibility. But how you accept that responsibility, that is attitude. For instance, I can fly. So means that I can go to Cambodia without AirAsia. Alright. Okay? So I just fly. So my responsibility now, I can help people by flying from here to Cambodia. But I don't want to do that. Instead, I just want to fly to attend SEA Games without having to go through to the immigration. Means that I do not accept my responsibility. That's negative attitude. So responsibility, when you have responsibility and you accept that responsibility, that's become your attitude. Yeah. So yeah, I hope you understand that from Marvel perspective.
Yeah, okay, we have another question online regarding OM3. I would like to ask that for OM3 authentic assessment, do any other speakers use the rubric for authentic assessment? Yeah, thanks.
Okay, basically in RM3, when you have authentic assessment, rubric is compulsory because remember you need to give feedback to the student. So without rubric, authentic assessment is not as authentic as you think. So it's compulsory. So when we want to implement the authentic assessment in our existing program, we must create a proper rubric so that student will understand their performance, because authentic assessment is not about correct or what is right, what is wrong. Okay, it's all about how appropriate, how effective. So the effectiveness, the appropriateness can only be measured if you have rubric. So that's my answer. Anyone to add?
So I think that for authentic assessment is a compulsory, to offer the student of the proper rubric. And the rubric, I mean that should be delivered, should be introduced to the student in advance. Yes. So that they know how to, how to work together, what the criteria are, and so that they can achieve the learning outcomes. Yeah, thank you.
Please, one more last question.
So I am a fourth-year student majoring in civil engineering. So I have a small question to our speaker and about regard the survey and questionnaire. How do you hope that and encourage the student to fill the survey or do the questionnaire in order to get more samples?
Yeah, how do you encourage students to get involved with you to complete your questionnaire? I'm sorry to repeat the question. Yeah.
I think first, because ITC already do that, I will just share to them. Last time we do with maybe with different students. So actually, ITC when we did the survey, we have select some top students, some medium, and a little low student. And then we during that time we do online because of during the COVID, right? So we do it, and we have the respondent minimum attendance. So we did last time around 15 students. So that's why we could not take all of you to do the survey. So it's what I did, yeah. So maybe the other speaker can also share.
You want to add?
I'd just like to add a little bit about the process of administering the questionnaire to the participants, the students. Actually, we have to select the students who pass all courses to respond to the questionnaire. And what I did is, I asked them to come to, to a room, a small room, and then I brief it on the questionnaire about how to respond to the questionnaire to make sure that they understood how to answer the questionnaire. And after they have responded to the questionnaire, we collect the papers, the questionnaire, and we analyze. But I think the thing is, we have to select around 10 students, right? So that is the small number, I think, of the participants. If we have more students, maybe the result would be different, right? But maximum or minimum, right, 10 students. So yeah, the questionnaire, of course, is in English, but we translate it into the native language to make sure that the student understood the questions, the items in the questionnaire. So
all right, thank you very much,
Sir
Doctor. And I would like to end up our this morning discussion and presentation. It's time for lunch. So before we have a break for lunch, I would like to invite Dr. Anki to share the gift to all the speakers. And I would like to invite Dr. Ahmad to come and receive the token. Okay, I would like to invite Dr. Nohazilin, Dr. Sai Fonikau, Dr. Pen Bandra, and Ms. Lee Thi Fung. Okay, and one group photo. Yeah, okay, Dr. and all the speakers take a group photo. Yes. Thank you very much, Excellency Professor, Doctor, ladies and gentlemen, and all beloved students. We come to an end of this morning session, and because we end up late for 20 minutes, and then we will start again after lunch at 1:20. So, and I kindly request Professor, Doctor, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, to come back on time again after lunch. And the same for those who is online, please don't forget to come back again online at 1:20. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
participating in the AM program. We have that some universities that have introduced so far, or UPP, or UA, RU, Phnom, and ITC. So these 5 universities now enroll in AM program. Yeah, we try to start sending out our students first. And this program is funded by the government. Yeah, so we support. We have fund for sending out our students, but with the limited number. This is the event that I have attended last year in November. We present our policy, we present our possibility, and our intention to join the program. Yeah, and now we have some university that we are working together, like RU, ITC. Yeah, Mr. Soiti here as well. He's also working with our team. Okay, for the current development of the AIM, this year we start sending, we target 6 for this year, 6 students from Cambodia to Thailand and Malaysia. So we already sent out 3 from, 1 from Phnom, to the University of Kabangsang, Malaysia. And we sent 2 from ITC to the University of San Malaysia. And the 3 students are ladies. Yeah, they are very, eligible. Yeah. And then we will send 2 more from RUA and RUPP. Yeah, maybe 1 to Kasetsat University and another one from RUPP to Chulalongkorn. Sometimes it's really hard to negotiate with your university, to be honest. Yeah, frankly speaking, they require our students to get 7 score of IELTS. So, even I study in Australia, they just require 6.5. And then, it's 7. 7 is hard. But, I believe in RUPP. I said that, let's try first. Maybe your student can get it. And then we will negotiate later whether how many courses that we can take by selecting some topics that require only 6 or 6.5. But now, finally we get 7. So we will send out in August. And thank you for having you there as well, that I can talk to. Okay, just kidding. Okay, I just introduced some. This is a letter of intent that CMO sending to me. And, last year with this photo, me here, but without this letter. But hopefully this year in November, I will hand this letter as another country. Okay, this is they draft this letter, and possibly they inform us that maybe you will get it this year. So, just finger crossed. Okay, so let's move to challenge. I'm not focusing on only the aim. I just say in general, we have limited number of HEI that offer the bachelor degree program in English. Because in the policy, we encourage the university to offer English as a medium instruction. So if we offer the program in English, it's easier for us to do the exchange with other university. So we can send our student out, and we can get the inbound student to our universities as well. And another thing is like, some universities, they don't have inconvenient accommodation or, and support system. That's why it takes time for us to join the program. We are not ready, to prove that we are not ready. So possibly we can do it, but we need the university themselves try to upgrade themselves to be qualified. Okay? And another one is talking, maybe everyone talking about the money. So money is not important, but no money is important, right? It's just, okay. So we have low budget for sending out our students. But if we have the support from the projects, from any development partners, counterparts. So it is really great, for us. Okay, and we need some budget to do the exchange, not only for the student, faculty, and staff as well, and attending the international events. So this is the expectation that we hope from the HCI, that they can embed the aim of the MOI policy or strategy into their plan. So if you have planned, that align with the national policy, so it can help you to achieve, the national standard or international standard. And then, so now we aims to increase the number of inbound and outbound. So as a university, we not only sending our students, but we need to be balanced, like the number of inbound and outbound. If we're sending 5 from your university, you have to get 5. 5 out and 5 in. And increase fund allocations for the country participation, for increasing number of inbound and outbound, and also for the meetings as well. And it's very important that I noticed that this morning we're talking a lot about the curriculum development. And curriculum is very important. Without excellent curriculum, how can you acquire your student with knowledge, skill, and to improve their employability? And it's kind of the support to the national academic. And yes, we have to be ready to receive inbound students. So if our curriculum can match with the university that offer the same program, so we can do the credit transfer, and we do have many courses that overseas students can select and then can choose to come to university. So you have to be ready for that. And upgrade your faculty and staff as well. We need the qualified teachers and staff. Okay, and increase fund for operation. Maybe this is the last slide. I just share with you that we focus more in the future and about the aim. We will promote faculty mobility. Now we have some fund that support student mobility. So in the future, we will consider about faculty mobility. Because we know that it enhances the quality of teaching, improve the quality of academic program, and skilled professionals as well. And another thing, we will expand the disciplines or new program. If our new program already, offer in English instruction, so we may ask to add those programs under the aim. That easy for us to do the exchange with other university under the aim. And last, we promote research collaboration. I forgot to tell you about the country that, I have this slide, but maybe I didn't go specifically. So now we have 9 countries member under the aim. I will move back to this slide. Oh, sorry. We have Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, Brunei, Singapore, Japan, and Korea. So, we can see the possibility to send out our students to those countries. if we are the member of the AIMS. We don't need any MOU. We just work under the AIM program. So you can match your program with the university that offer the same course. Okay. And maybe that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, if you have questions, just keep
Thank you, Ms. Mia, for your very informative presentation and particularly on internationalization. We will hand over the question after the three presentations. Yeah. So next, I would like to invite Her Excellency Khwai Sapiep, Deputy Secretary General of Board of Engineers, Cambodia.
Her Excellency Khwai Sapiep used to be a teacher of mathematics in high school. Then in 2003, she became a teacher of mathematics at ITC. And in 2009, she joined the BEC, the Board of Engineers, Cambodia. Since 2014, she is the Deputy Secretary General of Board of Engineers. Please welcome Her Excellency Khwai Sapiep.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Professor, Doctor, ladies and gentlemen, and all beloved students. Today is a great honor that the host of CALOHEA invite me as a speaker about the competency of civil engineer and challenge of the student mobility. For the content, the first one is introduction. The second one is importance of student mobility in engineer. The third one is key competency of civil engineer, challenge of student mobility, strategy to overcome mobility challenge, and conclusion. This is my CV also already from Miss. About the introduction, civil engineer is device and dynamic field that play a critical role in shaping our built environment and infrastructure. In fact, engineers, so we are in environment, we build our environment and infrastructure. After that, we develop well-rounded civil engineer equipped with the necessary competency essential to meet the challenge of the 21st century. As globalization continues, student mobility is becoming increasingly important, enabling future engineers to gain a broader perspective, share knowledge, and collaborate internationally. In this presentation, we will explore the key competency required of civil engineer, range from technical knowledge and skill to effective communication and ethical considering. A solid understanding of this competency is crucial to ensure that civil engineers are equipped to handle the complexity of modern engineering projects and contribute to a sustainable future. In the picture is the civil engineering that they are going to the field, and also have a student from ITC to on the field. For the importance of student mobility in engineering. Student mobility refers to the movement of students between educational institutes, often for short-term study abroad program or full degree program. In this case, we have already from the speaker from the morning, they are already introduced about the abroad program or for student exchange or going to study a full program at the overseas. The engineering field can greatly benefit from international collaboration and the exchange of knowledge that student mobility facilitate. Also, for the student exchange mobile facilitate, we have from Ms. Iniya about how students to prepare for yourself, for own yourself, for going, prepare for knowledge or skill for going mobility through exchange program. However, student mobility is also present unique challenge that must be addressed to ensure that students can successfully transition between institutions and acquire to the necessary skill and competency. For key competition of civil engineering, we have technical knowledge and skill. We have project management, problem solving and critical thinking, communication and teamwork, sustainability and ethical considering. This is the key competition of civil engineering. So all students or teachers should be prepared already about the all key for prepare or going to mobile to other country. Technical knowledge and skill. Engineering design principle, we have construct material and technique, geotechnical engineering, structural analysis, hydraulic and water reserve, transportation engineer. Also, ITC have already about all discipline. Secondly, we have a project management, project planning and scheduling, budgeting and cost estimation, reassessment and mitigation, quality control and assurance, compliance with regulation and standard. Also for the project management, we have already from previous speaker, they also already explained some, but this we have planning and scheduling according with the student or teacher for provide the student for prepare going to study abroad. Problem solving and critical thinking, identify and analyzing complex engineering problem, and applying engineering principle to develop innovation solution, evaluating the effectiveness and feasibility of proposed solution, adapting to unforeseen challenge and constraint. This is the critical thinking. That we have problem, after that we thinking, and after we thinking, so we have solution. This that why that the student or engineer should be remember and progressing. For communication and teamwork, clear and concise writing and verbal communication, presentation skill and technical documentation, collaborating effectively with multidisciplinary team, conflict resolution and negotiate skill. Collaborate effectively with multidisciplinary team, it means that we not just collaborate with only engineer, so we can find another discipline, some mechanic, electric or something in field engineering to be for cooperate with the civil engineering. So we will have another good solution. Sustainability and ethical considering. Incorporation and environment friendly practice. So engineering, civil engineering should be do and thinking about the environment before construction. Ensuring public safe and fair, adherence to professional code and conduct, social responsibility and community engagement. I think this sustainability also we have included in the curriculum of engineer in ITC in year 5 and year 4. For challenge student mobility, is this that we need to prepare or something should be prepared already? The first one is financial constraint. The second one is culture difference and adaptation. The third one is language barrier. The fourth one, credit transfer and degree recognition issue. And the fifth one is maintaining academic progress and support network. So for challenge student mobility, it's relative with the presentation from Ms. Nia already. For strategy to overcome mobility challenge, financial planning and seeking scholarship, this is the answer from the challenge. So we need financial planning and seeking scholarship, prepare for cultural adaptation, language course and immersion program, collaborating agreement between institutions, and the last one, building support network and utilizing available reserve. This for the last slide is a conclusion. This I put my picture and at the 34 conference at the Philippines. Yeah. A recap of the essential competency of civil engineer, overview of the challenge faced by mobile students, the importance of addressing this challenge to ensure the development of well-rounded engineer. This conclusion that for engineer, civil engineer should be prepared. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Her Excellency Kaisapir, for your presentation on mobility in engineering, civil engineering, on the key competency, challenges and solutions. So last, we move on to, and I would like to invite Dr. Rot Chang, Deputy Director General of Accreditation Committee of Cambodia, ACC.
Dr. Rot Chang was a former lecturer from the English program at Royal University of Phnom Penh in 1996. He has got Master on Science Education Administration and Policy in State University of New York, USA in 2001, and earned his PhD in Education at the University of Technology, Sydney, Australia in 2010. And now he is a Deputy Director General of Accreditation Committee of Cambodia. Please welcome Dr. Rot Chang.
Thank you very much for your introduction. And, let me express my respect to international speakers, local speaker and faculty members of the ITC and representative from other higher education institutions, especially for students, because they are the customer of the higher education institution. So yes. Yes, so this is the content of my presentation. But, before I start, I think this is a Cambodian culture. So after lunch, normally they take, a short nap after lunch so that they can improve their productivity and effectiveness of the work. So here the content of my presentation from the accreditation perspective, because Leah presented the actual work that her department
did for student mobility and exchange. First one, I would like to highlight a little bit the global trend, regional, Cambodia, and policy supporting student mobility and challenges. It is a case study from one higher education institution. Yeah. So when we look at student mobility, it's not a new story, but probably it is new for Cambodian context. So we can see that the importance of student mobility around the world, because it provides important contribution to economic and social development of a nation. We can see that from 1970, during Cambodia was in the civil war, so we can see the number of student mobility started from 0.8 million to 4.6, but the number is expected to increase by the year 2025, according to the program handbook of the student mobility of the EU share. So will increase up to 8 million students. So look at the in response to the international and global influences. So in the region, there is a support from the European Union, support to higher education in the Asian region, we call EU share. So the aim was to promote the regional harmonization of higher education institution. So the program introduced scholarship to students in Asia, and in order to support the student mobility, they also established we call EU share student mobility guideline, which I was also involved at that time in designing and developing the guideline for student mobility among Asian countries as well as in some countries in Europe. Look at the Cambodian trend as well in order to respond to this development and changes. So we can see the economic of Cambodia continue to increase approximately 7% per year. So this is the because of the contribution of the education system, human resource that can contribute to economic and social development of Cambodia. And with this, the government introduced privatization so that we can see the number of higher education as well as private school increase sharply. Right now the number increased up to 100 or 30 something of higher education institutions compared to other countries. We think that is a lot, right, in terms of the population and student enrollment. So with this, we also try to promote the quality of private high school by allowing international high school to establish their institution so that can prepare our students to be more competitive in the international higher education setting. So talking about the, in response to this, there are policies that support student mobility. Look at the Asian context. There are two documents that we focus on, that we rely on. First one is Asian Qualification Reference Framework. And another one is Asian Quality Assurance Framework, Student Mobility and Credit Transfer System that designed to support the student mobility, not only country in Asia, but also some country in Europe. In response to that requirement, the government of Cambodia started to develop the National Qualification Framework, which is the Bible, we can say the quality Bible for higher education institutions have to align to map their curriculum with the requirement of the National Qualification Frameworks, which is very important. That is one of the means that can promote student mobility as well, because of the recognition, student learning, but it's part of that. So we suggested the higher education institution, when they develop their curriculum or academic programs, they have to align with this framework. And another policy is, another document is a standard for institutional accreditation. So far, the ACC has accredited to 29 higher education institutions, including ITC, which was accredited, I think, in 2019. It was the first ever of the higher education institution accredited by the ACC, and we can see that ITC is very committed to quality improvement and accreditation to enhance the performance of the student and achievement that can be comparable to international and regional standards. So because of that, it is difficult for student mobility, especially for self-sponsored students who want to study abroad. So mostly when higher education institutions are not accredited, they always send a letter to ACC to ask about the status of quality of the accreditation of that higher education institution. So we always write a letter to respond, explaining the status of the accreditation of that university before they admit our student. So that is kind of areas of challenges for our students as well, especially for students who they sponsor by themselves, by the family, to study overseas, especially transfer or apply at high accredited university around the world, especially US, UK, Australia, and New Zealand. They always ask questions. So that is a big problem for students as well, because they feel it difficult for them because of the quality assurance and accreditation. If they are accredited, they receive a certificate of accreditation, so they don't ask the question. But for those who graduated and want to pursue their study overseas, the question always asked. And yeah, although student mobility credit transfer existed, you know, but there is a need for the strong foundation for quality system among partner institutions. So we need to increase and enhance people and people linkages, because sometimes it is difficult to understand, to interpret the policy sometimes. So there is a need for interaction among people, among faculty members, especially for those who have MOU in terms of student mobility. Some they can do in bilateral agreement or multilateral agreement with each other, and yes, promote so and bring cooperation together. And because ACC is the policy developer, so we can support, but the people who are involved directly with the work, there is the responsibility for higher education institution. So, and then there is a need for coordination, right? The top and the middle management, as well as the implementer, are the teacher and the higher education institution. So there should be, you know, a link between the three levels, right? Policy developer, coordinator, and implementer have to be together. So the challenges by the case study is not much different from the previous presentation by Leah. So I don't want to elaborate more, but we don't overlook small things, small challenge. Don't just, for example, like teaching and learning activity, right? And different catalog, course, allocation and selection, communication process, visa, and Medicare. That is important for those who go overseas, that have to encounter, you know, we call culture shock, right? A new culture. So that my experience, so we face a lot of problem, especially for the first semester of the study. So with the new environment, right, of the studies, that is very important. Cost sharing and also money. Yeah, the previous presenter also talked about the money is very important. Scholarship system, because just support incoming. For those who go to study abroad, they get some financial support from the government, or can be supported from the receiving higher education institution. But however, when they come to Cambodia, they have to spend their own money. So that is the challenge as well, that we should not overlook for if we want to increase, you know, incoming student. Because talk about student mobility, not just, you know, outbound, but also we consider inbound as well. We want to promote our, you know, reputation and quality of higher education institution in Cambodia as well, because we need to make sure that we in line with the international standards. So yeah, the place where they can stay, dormitory, it could be possible if higher education institution can provide them with some kind of, you know, homestay, or the place where they can stay, so that it can be encouragement for incoming students as well. Okay, because not only academic challenge, but also physical, emotional support. It's very important for students if we want to promote, because when we talk about education, it's not just knowledge and skill as presented by the previous speakers. We also consider about their attitudes, emotional, psychological development, so that they can become a full citizen and more productive citizen in society. So it's not just knowledge and skill, but physical, emotional, psychological support is very important for promoting student mobility. Especially we want to attract overseas students to study in Cambodia. If we do not consider small thing like this, just don't overlook at that's my own thinking as well as others, right? So, so here the reference that I selected from. So first one is handbooks for student mobility, and the report, the case study of UP. Thank you very much.
Yeah, once again, thank you, Dr. Rochang, for your very informative presentation, particularly on the global trends, regional and Cambodia context, and particularly on the challenges. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Ann to chair and for question and answer session. So, ជំរាបផងដែរផងថាចំពោះអាដាមលោកស្រីដែលបានចូលរួមតាមអនឡាញសូមសរសេរជាសំណួរចូលទៅក្នុង chat box អាចសរសេរជាភាសាខ្មែរឬក៏ភាសាអង់គ្លេសក៏បានដែរបើប្រសិនបើមានសំណួរ
So first of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you all for sharing your thoughts, your ambitions, opportunities, the challenges. And let me see, are there any questions in this lecture hall for these three presenters?
Thank you, Ms. Nia, His Excellency Vice Speaker, and Dr. Rochang for your good presentation. Actually, I was surprised that you present the AIM program. I found the ITC's member of the AIM program, but I myself don't know. Now where are we? So my question, like, so when we become the member of the AIM, so what as the institution we should do to be ready for that? So what are the obligations for the in higher education institution? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I repeat your question again. Like, if Cambodia become a members of AIMS program, so what is your role, like university role, right, to be ready for doing the exchange? We call doing the exchange program. So as I'm informed in, like I have mentioned in my presentation, so after university, you have to run your program in English instruction, and then make sure that your program is among the 10 study fields, like priority fields of the AIMS. They have 10 fields, yeah. And then thirdly, you have sufficient fund to send out your outbound students, and we have a good condition, like each institution under the AIM, they waive the tuition fee. Yeah, so inbound and outbound students are supported to do the exchange for 1 semester, yeah, without paying anything, because they already pay for the tuition fee already. So if they are selected to send for the exchange program, so they just prepare themselves for the competition. Yeah, because it's very competitive. This year we plan to send only 6 students from the 5 universities, and now we already sent out 3 through the through the very tough selection from HEI. For example, ITC. I worked closely with Mr. Soiti, and then he sent me the acceptance letter and the summary report of selecting the student from their program. Okay.
In addition, do you have the list of university, for example, in Japan? How many universities that under that?
They have a list.
And in Vietnam.
Yeah, they have a list of universities that under the AIMS. So after Cambodia become the AIMS, possibly we can send out to any country that under the AIMS program as well. So you have to connect to them first. It's really hard for me to start doing this program. Firstly, we have nothing about the AIMS. We have nothing idea what we're going to start. So firstly, we work as a team with the 5 universities. We seek the support from the CMO right here that how can we start to exchange the program. So they help us to connect our university that offer the program in English with the same program of the university that offer, for example, ITC. We have engineering. So at Sun Malaysia, they also have. So we connect these 2 universities and then let those universities discuss. And then I also involved in that. And then we can see the condition of the course instruction, whether they can exchange or not. And then, so possibly, yeah, we make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other question or comment?
Okay, very good. Thank you. I want to emphasize what Dr. Bria already mentioned, that I usually talk about the AIM program with my colleague from Thailand during our research collaborations. And unfortunately, Cambodia is not the member of the AIM program, but it's just my curiosity. For example, it's the government level that they list, as I remember, maybe the 5 universities in Cambodia as the member of the AIM program. Is there any other university in Cambodia can apply for that if they have the MOU or MOA with the foreign university outside the country? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's a good question. So firstly, why we selected only these 5 universities? Yeah, so for the starting phase, we just select the potential university that can do the exchange program. They offer the program in English, yeah, and then they are, very committed to participate in the program. So firstly, we give priority to the public university first. But later on, after we become a member, we will consider, like in my last slide, we will consider to expand the universities and programs. That's why now we're looking for the possibility for the university that they try to upgrade their ability, their capacity. So it proves us that they can do it. Then we will add later. Yeah, I promise that it's not the same like this. Yeah, everything will be improved. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, His Excellency Kwan Supiep. My question is related to the Board of Engineers of Cambodia. Can the BAC provide some specific exposure to our students at ITC so that they can understand the prospective career, especially after their graduation. So that one is like the motivation for them to, to focus on subject that they like, because sometimes we as a lecturer introduce to them, but it's not so effective. But if the outsider, especially the board of engineer of Cambodia, the member of the board can, provide some exposure to them, it could be a better solution. Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you for good question. For the board engineer Cambodia, in fact, we are specialized a personal register only personality, not our all, and we have categories, 5 categories: civil engineer, mechanic, electronic, and 3 other, and finish. So also after a student finish year 5, so they can register to board engineer Cambodia, and have after 5 years, we all member of board engineer Cambodia can apply PE, professional engineer, and after that, after professional engineer in 7 years, so they can apply AE, Asian engineer. Yeah. And all discipline, we have 5 discipline that I said before: civil engineer, mechanic, and another 3 I forgot. Yeah. So student after they finish year 5, they can register. And also after member of board engineer Cambodia, they can associate Asian engineer, because after can Asian engineer only 7 year can. So during the 5 year, you can associate engineer, Asian associate engineer. So can prepare or doing with engineer or as a professional engineer or Asian engineer can. Thank you. It's okay, right?
No online questions. I think the challenges for student exchange and recognition of programs, mobility, quality assurance are the same. In my country, my university, in Europe, and you presented like all the, how do you say, one way the opportunities, but also the challenges, and I recognize these challenges, all of them. It's about money, it's about recognition, it's about credit transfer, it's about, well, you named it all. And the question is, how can we proceed? Because you also mentioned the grading. For example, that you're not accepted because of the grading. Robert, my colleague from Groningen University, did research in Europe about grading. And you say, well, perhaps Europe, small, not that big, but the grading from north to south is completely different. If you live in the south of Europe, your grades are automatically much higher than when you live in my country. So how on earth can we compare these gradings? Because it's also very cultural dependent. So please keep that in mind if you turn down students, and think about the methods we presented in the CALOHEA. What are the learning outcomes? What can we accept? And don't just only look at grades, please. So thank you all for sharing. I think if there's another question. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, honestly, I have a question myself to Dr. Rod Chang regarding qualification framework. Participating in the CALOHEA, we are thinking about the authentic assessment. And then when going through the qualification framework, if I'm not confused, the qualification framework did not mention about the psychomotor for the higher education, but we have psychomotor skill in the domain for the TWET. That's why when I was working for the authentic, I find it very challenging. What if we don't have the psychomotor for higher education in general? And one more question is, I found there's too many challenges raised up by Doctor, and could you provide some solutions to some specific problems? Yeah, thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for questions in relation to quality assurance, qualification framework. Actually, there is psychomotor skill containing especially for technical and vocational education, because you can adapt from those field of study integrated into your study program, academic programs, if the program consisting of psychomotor skill. That is not a problem that you can create your own. Because we do it in general higher education, mostly they don't focus much on psychomotor skill, especially social science, management, but some field of study like engineering is a must, medical study, and IT as well. There should be a psychomotor skill, but you can integrate it from technical and vocational training to your own curriculum. The policy is just for the general one, but you can set up your own curriculum that consists of psychomotor skill. And in relation to other aspects, I think Leah also mentioned about the solution. The key problem is the language of instruction, okay? Because in Cambodia, most of the programs conducted in Cambodian language, very little number conducting in English. Mainly we talk about international programs. Just a few conducted this. That's why when they come to study, they find it difficult to match with their expectation with the study program, academic program of incoming student. That is one of the challenge. So the solution already given, set up one at least international program that the higher education think that it is the most that they are good at doing. Not many, because not all higher education institutions are good at everything. So they are like here, probably civil engineering is one of the best of the country. So that focus on one program, not every program that are not, interested by incoming students. So there is another thing, as support, financial support, because education should prepare as well, especially it is beyond the capacity, there should be a top leader of the ministry should address this issue in terms of a financial issue. But I think if we have a clear program that meets the international standard and present it to the Ministry of Economic and Finance, I think they will be interested in your programs because they also look for the quality as well to meet the international standard. I think it depends on the capacity of higher education institutions to develop their own program, which is, very important, contribute to economic development, especially STEM. STEM is the government focus, the policy focus on STEM. So I think should conduct it in English and present it to the Ministry of Economic and Finance. I think the leaders are very much interested in supporting this such program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all, and thank you for this, again, very interesting session and nice discussions, I think. May I tell you one anecdote from my own university. As you know, I'm from the Netherlands. The local language in my country is Dutch. And we moved a lot of programs into English and also in the STEM. And the faculty of science and engineering at my university, all the bachelor programs are now taught only in English. But that kept the domestic students away because they were very afraid to study science in English, although their English level is quite good when they graduate from Dutch high school. But still, so keep in mind, please keep both. Keep the instruction in your local language and add a track or a program in English, but never ever do it only in English. Because you need to train also for your local, for your country. And we have now in the Groningen a lot of international students studying in science and little domestic students. Where are we going to find the teachers who are going to teach science in our country? So that is, a concern from experience. So please keep both. Also attract your local students. And in my field, medicine, we also have to be creative with exchange because a doctor should speak the language of the country. So we do only exchange in certain parts. Certain courses we teach in English and exchange is possible and others no. This is more like, trying to find a way to encourage mobility and not to miss out on providing for the local market, local economy. So have a bit of best of both worlds. Try to find a solution like that. Thank you once more. And I think I have to invite you to come. Speakers again with me on. So I will be able to give you a token of appreciation for your sharing.
All right, thank you very much. And it's now for a coffee break. Then I would like to say thank you, Doctor, and the speakers. We have a break, and we will be back on 2:55 because we ended a bit late for 10 minutes. Yeah, please enjoy. And for those who is online, please be back soon. Soon. We will be back exactly on 2:55. Yeah, thank you. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is about the time to come back, please. បាទអាដាមលោកលោកស្រីយើងដល់ពេលវេលាដែលត្រូវត្រឡប់មកវិញហើយបាទសូមជួយ Okay, may I take the floor again and start the session? As informed, we have a question online to the previous session. បាទអញ្ចឹងយើងនៅមានសំណួរកាលពី session មុននៅ online ដែលយើងអត់ទាន់បានលើកឡើងបាទ All right, we have two questions. Number one, according to a previous presentation, Ms. Nia mentioned that student mobility mostly happen in the Northern universities, but less provincial institutions. So how do you motivate those who study in the provinces? Question two, to Dr. Rodchang, what are the main factors that higher education institution needs to take into consideration to take balance, identity, and so on when developing particular policy while absorbing the influence of globalization in education. I also love to hear perspective from foreign speakers regarding this same question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question through online. Yeah, it's a good question, but I think I have mentioned about this as well. Like, actually, we open for all institutions in Cambodia, not only in Phnom Penh or province, but firstly, we open the opportunity for the university that are ready for the exchange first. So firstly, we consider about their offering program, and then we open the volunteer from them as well. So they apply for participating in this program. They submit their letter to the minister that they are willing to join this program. So that's why we give opportunity for them. Yeah. And then we check whether they are eligible to join or not. So if they can fulfill the requirements in the AIMS handbook, we have an AIMS handbook. So if they are qualified, then we will accept. But now we have 5 institutions starting exchange first. Even though this year we haven't get inbound students because we are not ready to receive them. Yeah. But next year, hopefully that some university they can get inbound students. You know, in Royal University of Rule and Academic, actually they plan to receive 1 student from UPM, and then they send 1 from Cambodia. But the problem is their calendar. We cannot send the student, you know, for 1 semester. So we have to think about the study calendar that, for example, ITC, if we send out in March, so the student will finish their course in August, for example. But if they plan to send out in August, so their program will be finished next year. So we cannot do that. Yeah, because this program is supported by the government, so they need to clear. Yeah, the budget clearance is a problem of budget clearance. That's why, we cannot receive 1 student from UPM this year. But next year, we will get.
Okay, thank you. It's very challenging question to maintain the balance between the impact, you know. Right. I think we cannot get away from it. You know, globalization, regionalization impacts, you know, play very crucial role in, you know, influence higher education around the world. So, for example, like cross-border education, okay? We send students to study overseas. The overseas students come to study in our country, and some university established in Cambodia offer international owned by international foreign owners. So we cannot stop them to, you know, to come to Cambodia to offer programs, you know, so that we cannot stop them. And another thing is online education. So we cannot say, no, you cannot come to Cambodia. So it's inevitably it comes, and a lot of students, a lot of people taking online education, we call MOOCs, massive online education courses, very widespread around the world that can lead to the challenges of the quality assurance and accreditation. In Cambodia, we don't have a mechanism or policy to, to control, especially online education. That's why the government not ready to recognize the degree, taking online degree. So they can do for professional development, but in terms of recognition by the government, it's still the question. So that is the issue. So we cannot stop them because the impact of globalization, regionalization in education, especially we can see the government introduced the privatization of higher education. We can see the number of higher education is booming and try to promote the enrollment, right? Because the objective, the goal of the government to become a middle income country by 2030, high income country 2050. So only the higher education that can play a crucial role in meeting or respond to that goals. Okay, so at least 40 or 50% enrollment in higher education, if we want to respond to the goals of the government aiming to become, a high-income country 2050. So we need to think about the internationalization, but we just focus on some of the program, not all program, because not all higher education institutions are good at everything. Probably they are good at in one thing, so that they can offer in international language, especially English, so that they can introduce student mobility or increase student mobility between, country around the world. So that should be like that. And the identity and the cultural heritage we still maintain, right? By giving instruction in Khmer language. Just one higher education institute, probably they set up one or two international programs, not all. So the rest, we preserve our language, right? National language and our culture. There can be a balance. Not all students attend, international programs. I think, for example, like Phnom, there is one international program, just a few students, but the rest, the medium of instruction is in Khmer. So this we can balance. Okay, we use our language, and in our standard also, higher education institutions aim to meet the international standard, but they should not forget the identity and the cultural heritage of Cambodia. So through other activities or some courses, right? that offer like Khmer study, cultural events, religious events, something that take place in the university. So that is we can balance. So not all programs have to be offered in English. Okay, just one that we think that is the best, right? So one program can be, let's say, international MBA, for example, that can attract international. So that offer that program in English, but the rest in our own language, so that the way that we can balance, but not all, right? So thank you. Did I answer to your question? So thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for responding. And now we come to the next sessions. We don't have any questions. And our next session will be on prospects and challenges from the view of academic staff, students, and employer in teacher education and civil engineering. So I would like to give the floor to Dr. Ann to chair, and please take the charge. Thank you.
So we will continue the policy dialogue, and this time we will get the perspective from employers, academics, and last but not least, students. So I hand over to you again to announce.
All right, first I would like to invite Mr. John Sao Narom, Project Manager, BMB&A Cambodia JS Company.
Mr. John Sonarom, graduate from Northern University in the field of civil engineering, and he got master degree in the same field in 2018, and currently he is a project manager at BMB Steel in Cambodia. Please welcome Mr. John Sonarom.
Good afternoon, Excellency and lady and teacher and the student here. Yes, because I prepared the slide by Khmer language, so I would like to presentation by Khmer language. Okay, yeah. Okay. ខ្ញុំមកពីខាងក្រុមហ៊ុន BMB Steel បាទហើយខ្ញុំប្រកបអាជីពការងារនៅក្រុមហ៊ុន BMB Steel នោះជាប្រធានគម្រោងនៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាហើយក៏នៅប្រចាំប្រទេសឡាវផងដែរបាទហើយមួយវិញទៀតព្រឹកមិញខ្ញុំបានស្ដាប់ទៅលើការដែលលោកសាស្ត្រាចារ្យតែគាត់មានប្រសាសន៍តាក់ទងទៅនឹងវិស័យអប់រំច្រើនបាទដើម្បីធ្វើឲ្យនិស្សិតយើងធ្វើយ៉ាងម៉េចអាចឈានទៅដល់លក្ខណៈជាអន្តរជាតិបាទដូច្នេះហើយពេលរសៀលនេះខ្ញុំនឹងលើក topic មួយតាក់ទងនឹង our house ម្ដងតាក់ទងទៅនឹងfeedback ពីក្រុមហ៊ុនដែលនិស្សិតរបស់យើងគាត់ធ្វើការងារតើគាត់ត្រូវការអភិវឌ្ឍខ្លួនបែបណាសម្រាប់នៅពេលដែលគាត់បញ្ចប់ការសិក្សាហើយគាត់ត្រូវទៅធ្វើការនៅក្រុមហ៊ុនឯកជនបន្តទៀតបាទប្រធានបទដែលខ្ញុំលើកយកមកចែកចាយជូនលោកសាស្ត្រាចារ្យហើយនិងលោកគ្រូគ្រូហើយនិងបងប្អូននិស្សិតថ្ងៃនេះតាក់ទងទៅនឹងប្រធានបទគឺតាក់ទងទៅនឹងអូខេការអភិវឌ្ឍសមត្ថភាពរបស់និស្សិតវិស្វករបាទបាទអញ្ចឹងកន្លែងប្រធានបទនេះខ្ញុំចង់ជម្រាបថានៅពេលដែលនិស្សិតវិស្វកររបស់យើងនៅពេលដែលគាត់ចប់ពីសាកលវិទ្យាល័យតើគាត់គួរតែត្រៀមអ្វីខ្លះដើម្បីជ្រៀតចូលនៅក្នុងវិស័យឯកជនផ្សេងៗបាទខ្ញុំមាតិការបស់ខ្ញុំមាន3បាទគឺចំណុចទី1តើការងារវិស្វករគឺសំដៅទៅលើអ្វីចំណុចទី2និស្សិតវិស្វករគួរចាប់ផ្ដើមធ្វើអ្វីខ្លះដើម្បីទទួលបានឱកាសការងារល្អនៅពេលអនាគតហើយចំណុចទី ជំនាញដែលត្រូវការដើម្បីអភិវឌ្ឍដើម្បីក្លាយជាវិស្វករដែលមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពបាទយើងដឹងហើយថាសម្រាប់វិស្វកររបស់យើងវាជាជំនាញរឹងអញ្ចឹងហើយបាននៅក្នុង topic នេះខ្ញុំបានជ្រើសរើសភាគច្រើនតាក់ទងនឹង soft skill ច្រើនបាទតាក់ទងនឹង soft skill ដែលគាត់ត្រូវបំពេញបន្ថែមនៅពេលដែលគាត់ទៅធ្វើការជាមួយនឹងក្រុមហ៊ុនសំណង់ឬក្រុមហ៊ុនឯកជនផ្សេងៗនៅខាងក្រៅបាទដូចនេះបានជំរាបថាតើការងារវិស្វករសំដៅទៅលើអ្វីបើនិយាយពីការងារវិស្វករយើងបែងចែកមានវិស្វករខាងសំណង់ហើយក៏ដូចជាមានវិស្វករខាងអគ្គិសនីដែរប៉ុន្តែនៅលើ topic នេះគឺខ្ញុំ rest ទៅលើវិស្វករសំណង់បាទហ្នឹងហើយតើតើវិស្វករសំណង់យើងសំដៅទៅលើការងារសិក្សាគម្រោងប្លង់ការវាស់វែងបាទការសាងសង់ការរុះរើការងារគ្រប់គ្រងការដ្ឋានការងារត្រួតពិនិត្យបញ្ជាក់បាទការងារពិសោធន៍ការងារគ្រប់គ្រងគម្រោងសាងសង់និងការងារត្រួតពិនិត្យគុណភាពនិងសុវត្ថិភាពរបស់សំណង់បាទទាំងនេះហើយគឺតកតងនឹងការងាររបស់វិស្វករសំណង់របស់យើងបាទចំណុចទី2តើនិស្សិតវិស្វករគួរចាប់ផ្ដើមធ្វើអ្វីខ្លះដើម្បីទទួលឱកាសការងារល្អនៅពេលអនាគតខ្ញុំបានratio 3ចំណុចបាទពួក3ចំណុចនេះគឺភាគច្រើនគឺតាក់ទង soft skill ច្រើនបាទអញ្ចឹងនៅក្នុងអំឡុងពេលដែលគាត់សិក្សាបាទអញ្ចឹងទី1ចំណុចទី1ការធ្វើការងារស្ម័គ្រចិត្តបាទអញ្ចឹងចំណុចទី1នេះការងារស្ម័គ្រចិត្តគឺសំខាន់ណាស់សម្រាប់និស្សិតរបស់យើងនៅពេលដែលគាត់សិក្សាហើយគាត់មានពេលសម្រាប់ដូចជា vacation អីអញ្ចឹងគាត់អាចឆ្លៀតពេលស្ម័គ្រចិត្តដើម្បីចូលទៅខាងក្រុមហ៊ុនណាមួយឬក៏ស្ថាប័នណាមួយដើម្បីឲ្យគាត់អាចមានទំនាក់ទំនងចំពោះវិស័យផ្សេងទៀតមិនថាតែផ្នែកសំណង់ទេគាត់អាចចុះទៅសិក្សាធ្វើការស្ម័គ្រចិត្តជាមួយអង្គការឬក៏ជាមួយនឹងអង្គភាពផ្សេងតែគាត់អាចធ្វើទៅបានបាទហើយចំណុចទី2តាក់ទងហាត់ការបាទចំណុចទី2តាក់ទងហាត់ការនេះក៏អាចជ្រើសរើសបានបាទដូចជាគាត់អាចចុះទៅហាត់ការងារជាមួយក្រុមហ៊ុនដូចជាក្រុមហ៊ុនសំណង់អញ្ចឹងគាត់អាចជ្រើសរើសផ្នែកមួយនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុនសំណង់ហ្នឹងព្រោះតាក់ទងនឹងវិស័យវិស្វករសំណង់របស់យើងវាមានច្រើននៅក្នុងហ្នឹងអ្នកខ្លះគាត់ចង់ដឹងតាក់ទងផ្នែក design ហើយអ្នកខ្លះទៀតក៏ចង់ដឹងតាក់ទងនឹងផ្នែកខាងdetail drawing បាទវាមានច្រើនផ្នែកអញ្ចឹងគាត់អាចចុះទៅហាត់ការនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុនមួយហ្នឹងដើម្បីទទួលបទពិសោធន៍ការងារហើយចំណុចទី3ហ្នឹងគឺការធ្វើការងារក្រៅម៉ោងឬក៏ពេញម៉ោងបាទធ្វើការងារក្រៅម៉ោងឬពេញម៉ោងបាទអញ្ចឹងនិស្សិតអាចឆ្លៀតពេលបានបាទឆ្លៀតពេលបានសម្រាប់ឧទាហរណ៍ថាបើតាមសាកលវិទ្យាល័យខ្លះគាត់យើងអាចមានវេនយប់បានអញ្ចឹងគាត់អាចឆ្លៀតពេលថ្ងៃឬក៏ពេលអីដែលគាត់អាចធ្វើការបានឬក៏គាត់អាចធ្វើការជា part time job ដើម្បីគាត់អាចយល់ដឹងពី system នៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុនមួយតើគាត់ធ្វើការតើគាត់ត្រូវធ្វើយ៉ាងម៉េចខ្លះរៀបចំយ៉ាងម៉េចខ្លះដើម្បីនៅពេលដែលគាត់ត្រៀមខ្លួននឹងធ្វើការទៅថ្ងៃអនាគតជាមួយក្រុមហ៊ុនហ្នឹងព្រោះយើងដឹងហើយថាក្រុមហ៊ុនស្តង់ដារនីមួយៗគេមាន processing របស់គេអញ្ចឹងនៅពេលដែលយើងអត់ដែលមានបទពិសោធន៍អីខ្លះនៅពេលយើង start up ការងារវានៅមានខ្វះចន្លោះអញ្ចឹងយើងត្រូវការពេលវេលាចំណុចទី3ជំនាញដែលត្រូវធ្វើការដើម្បីអភិវឌ្ឍខ្លាយជាវិស្វករដែលមានប្រសិទ្ធភាពដូចខ្ញុំជំរាបអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំយកតែតាក់ទងនឹងការងារ soft skill ជាចម្បងព្រោះដោយសារការងារ hard skill តាក់ទងជំនាញគឺយើងបានរៀនសូត្រពីសាលារៀនហើយបាទនៅតែការងារ soft skill ដែលយើងត្រូវការបន្ថែមនៅពេលដែលយើងចេញធ្វើការដូចទី1តាក់ទងនឹងខ្ញុំមាន4ចំណុចនៅក្នុងហ្នឹងបាទទី1តាក់ទងសមត្ថភាពបច្ចេកទេសដូចយើងដឹងស្រាប់ហើយនៅក្នុងសាលាគឺយើងរៀនសូត្រតាក់ទងនឹងការងារវិស្វកររបស់យើងសមត្ថភាពបច្ចេកទេសរបស់យើងហើយនៅពេលដែលយើងទៅធ្វើការងារជាមួយនឹងក្រុមហ៊ុនឯកជនបាទតើយើងត្រូវច្បាស់លាស់ទៅលើផ្នែកអ្វីខ្លះនៅក្នុងការងារបច្ចេកទេសរបស់យើងឧទាហរណ៍តាក់ទងនឹងបច្ចេកទេសតាក់ទងទៅក្នុងវិស័យសំណង់របស់យើងដូចជាតាក់ទងពីក្នុងដីរហូតដល់លើដីតើយើងត្រូវមានបច្ចេកទេសរបៀបម៉េចក្នុងការសាងសង់អគារហ្នឹងបាទហើយចំណុចទី2តាក់ទងទំនាក់ទំនងជំនាញទំនាក់ទំនងបាទជំនាញទំនាក់ទំនងនេះនៅក្នុងវិស័យសំណង់របស់យើងគឺមានសារៈសំខាន់ខ្លាំងមែនទែនបាទ ជាមួយនឹងម្ចាស់គម្រោងឬក៏ជាមួយនឹងអ្នកសាងសង់មកចំនួនផ្សេងៗទៀតដែលគាត់មានវិស័យខុសពីយើងត្រូវមានទំនាក់ទំនងល្អមួយគាត់ហើយជាពិសេសបើចំពោះក្រុមហ៊ុនសំណង់ដែលគាត់ទំនាក់ទំនងជាមួយម្ចាស់គម្រោងដែលតាក់ទងទៅលើ invite for bidding អីហ្នឹងតើគាត់មានទំនាក់ទំនងល្អមួយគាត់ទំនាក់ទំនងល្អហើយគាត់អាចគាត់ introduce ពីគ្នាទៅវិញមកអញ្ចឹងអាចដឹងព័ត៌មានតាក់ទងគម្រោងអញ្ចឹងកន្លែងជំនាញទំនាក់ទំនងនេះគឺដាច់ខាតត្រូវទាមទារឲ្យពួកគាត់បានយល់ដឹងហើយដើម្បីឲ្យយើងមានទំនាក់ទំនងលក្ខណៈជាអន្តរជាតិមួយទៀតយើងអាចភាសាទី2ដូចជាភាសាអង់គ្លេសបាទយើងត្រូវមានជំនាញហ្នឹងដើម្បីយើងអាចធ្វើការងារជាមួយនឹងក្រុមហ៊ុនបរទេសតែពួកគាត់មកពីខាង Western គាត់មក invite នៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើងហើយមួយទៀតខ្ញុំចង់ recommend មួយទៀតដែរព្រោះដោយសារតែទីផ្សារបច្ចុប្បន្នយើងឃើញថាមាន Chinese investor ច្រើនដែលកំពុងតែមកប្រទេសកម្ពុជាយើង invest ច្រើនអញ្ចឹងហើយខ្ញុំជឿថាប្រហែលជាអាចរយៈពេលពី5ទៅ10ឆ្នាំទៀតអញ្ចឹងក្រុមហ៊ុនចិនជាច្រើននឹង invest បាទ invest ដូចយើងបានឃើញស្រាប់ហើយតាក់ទងនឹង expressway តាក់ទងនឹងអីមួយចំនួនសំណង់រោងចក្រអីអាគារមួយចំនួនគឺភាគច្រើនគឺជា investor មកពីខាងប្រទេសចិនបាទដែលគាត់មក invest នៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជារបស់យើងចំណុចទី3ភាពជំនាញភាពជាអ្នកដឹកនាំបាទជំនាញភាពជាអ្នកដឹកនាំនេះគឺសំខាន់ណាស់បាទព្រោះនៅក្នុងគម្រោងសាងសង់មួយយើងមានផ្នែកជាច្រើនអញ្ចឹងបើសិនជាករណីយើងជាអ្នកប្រធានចាត់ចែងឬក៏ជាប្រធានគម្រោងយើងត្រូវមានលក្ខណៈភាពជាអ្នកដឹកនាំបាទនៅក្នុងហ្នឹងដើម្បី lead ពួកគាត់ដើម្បី complete project ហ្នឹងឲ្យទាន់ពេលវេលាមួយទៀតចំណុចចុងក្រោយគឺការងារជាក្រុមបាទការងារជាក្រុមនេះសំខាន់ណាស់ដូចខ្ញុំជំរាបចឹងនៅក្នុងproject មួយយើងតែងតែជួបជាមួយនឹងក្រុមហ៊ុនឬក៏ផ្នែកអ្នកដែលសាងសង់ផ្សេងដូចខាងខ្ញុំ special ទៅលើ design and build សម្រាប់ steel structure អញ្ចឹងនៅពេលដែលខ្ញុំ involve ជាមួយ project មួយខ្ញុំតែងតែជួប face ជាមួយនឹងខាងក្រុមហ៊ុនសំណង់ក្រុមហ៊ុន concrete ក្រុមហ៊ុនខាង piling ខាង finishing ឬក៏ខាង MEP មួយចំនួនដែលយើងត្រូវការសហការគ្នាល្អជាមួយគាត់ហើយធ្វើការងារដើម្បីយើងអាចសម្រេច project ហ្នឹងឬគម្រោងហ្នឹងទាន់ពេលវេលាបាទជារួមទៅខ្ញុំមានតែប៉ុណ្ណឹងដើម្បី share ហើយដើម្បី feedback ពីខាងក្រុមហ៊ុនវិញដែលចំពោះនិស្សិតដែលគាត់ត្រូវការជំនាញទុនបន្ថែមទៀតបាទហើយសំខាន់ណាស់ជំនាញទុននេះព្រោះដោយសារនិស្សិតខ្លះនៅពេលដែលគាត់ចេញទៅក្រៅចប់ពីសាកលវិទ្យាល័យគាត់ចេញទៅធ្វើការងារគាត់មិនបានវឹកហាត់ការងារពីមុនមកយល់ដូច start ថ្មីតែម្ដងអញ្ចឹងហើយបានធ្វើឲ្យពេលខ្លះទៅការងារដែលគាត់ធ្វើក៏គិតថាពិបាកព្រោះដោយសារតែគាត់បានវឹកហាត់ការងារពីមុនមកបាទហើយចំណុចតែមួយទៀតការងាររបស់គាត់ធ្វើការងាររយៈពេលខ្លីអញ្ចឹងពេលខ្លះទៅនៅពេលដែលយើងចង់ training គាត់ដើម្បីឲ្យគាត់ខ្លាយជាវិស្វករមួយដែលមានសមត្ថភាពគ្រប់គ្រាន់ហើយដើម្បីចូលទីផ្សារអន្តរជាតិបានយើងត្រូវការគាត់វឹកហាត់ច្រើនបាទវឹកហាត់ច្រើនរៀនសូត្រច្រើនយ៉ាងតិចអាចពី2ឆ្នាំទៅ5ឆ្នាំបន្ថែមទៀតនៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុនដើម្បីឲ្យគាត់យល់ដឹងពី process ឬក៏ system នៅក្នុងក្រុមហ៊ុនរបស់យើងហើយដូចជាក្រុមហ៊ុនរបស់យើងខ្ញុំបាទភាគច្រើនយើងតែង invest ទៅលើ education របស់បុគ្គលិកជាពិសេសផ្នែក soft skill ព្រោះយើងដឹងហើយថាក្នុង hard skill គាត់មានស្រាប់ហើយតែ soft skill ពេលខ្លះទៅគាត់ធ្វើការគាត់អាច stress អញ្ចឹងហើយយើងត្រូវ care តាក់ទងទៅនឹង mental health ហើយនឹងតាក់ទងនឹង physical health របស់គាត់បាទអញ្ចឹងហើយកន្លែងនេះជំនាញសំខាន់ណាស់បាទអរគុណខ្ញុំមានតែប៉ុណ្្នឹងដើម្បី share តាក់ទងទៅនឹងក្រុមហ៊ុនរបស់យើងខ្ញុំហើយនឹងតាក់ទងនឹង feedback ពីខាងក្រុមហ៊ុនសំណង់ពីខាងខ្ញុំបាទអរគុណច្រើន
Thank you, Mr. John Saunarum, and I would like to wrap up in English for our international guests. Yeah, for his presentation, mainly focused on civil engineering capacity development. So he said there are some feedback from the company so that the student can adopt themselves so that they can be ready to go into the job. And as we know that civil engineering is mainly, it's about the hard skill already. So here he's presenting about the soft skill needed in civil engineering, which he thinks very important. And in civil engineering, focusing on construction, for example, there's too many, but he here focused on the construction, for example, like the plan, the land survey, site management, experiment, and the safety. And the second point, talking about what to start with. And he said that the student can be ready, but they need to be prepared themselves. For example, they have to do the volunteer job, and especially they can do it on their vacation. The other point is that they can do the internship in order to get experiences. When they have experiences, then they be ready to go into the other companies. The last point is about doing part-time job or full-time jobs. And the third point he mentioned about soft skill, which he finds very effective in the civil engineering. And he mentioned the 4 main soft skills, for example, like technical skills, and communication or interpersonal skill. Both they need a national and international language, particularly English. However, he said that he would recommend Chinese language because now there are a lot of Chinese investors coming into Cambodia, and he expected that between 5 to 10 years there will be more investors from China. Leadership skill is also a very important skill, and in particular it's about the project manager that they need to do it in order to make the project successful. And one last skill is teamwork. He said that this is also too important in order to complete the action. And finally, he said that his company invests a lot in education and also soft skill, because only hard skill without soft skill, students find it very challenging. And he said that it both invest and motivate on physical and mental skill. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Okay, next I would like to invite Dr. Swai Angkira, Chief Technical Officer, LBL International.
Dr. Swai Angkira, he was a student of ITC. Then he got scholarship to study in École Polytechnique, Paris. He continued study in École Nationale des Ponts et Chaussées, Paris. And he finished PhD in 2016 from École Centrale, Paris in geotechnical engineering. He worked in France for 4 years, and now he is a chief technical officer in a French company, LBL International in Cambodia. Please welcome Dr. Swai Angkira.
Good evening, everyone. And first of all, thank you for the short introduction. I will correct a little bit, but about the experience, I have worked in France for 7 years. No problem. Okay, so first of all, let me give all my respect to all the conference here, people, professor, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and all the international and national participants for this conference. So let me present a little bit. For my presentation, I will focus to 2 points, because we are now talking about the student mobility, prospect and challenge. So when I say 2 points, the first one is related to my personal experience for being a former Cambodian student in Paris. I think it can be one part of the topic that we are talking today. And another one, as I represent the LBL International, as I am a chief technical officer, so just give some point of view from a civil engineering employer. Okay, just like that. Okay, thank you. So it's my first time using this kind of screen. Thank you very much. Okay. I think it is my first presentation. It's not the one that I corrected, but no problem. Okay, so the table of content that I am going to talk to you today, so mainly focus on, yes, like I just already mentioned, my personal experience in Paris. So just to give you a little bit more about my personal background, education, and also professional, and about my personal challenge of being a student in Paris. And after that, I will talk more principally as a civil engineering employer. So I just present a little bit roughly about my company, Albert International, and what we found, our point of view related to the student mobility. So for my personal experience of being a student in Paris, so just my short biography, like the short presentation. So yes, I was a student of this school, my really beloved school, Institute of Technology of Cambodia, until 2009. And after that, I got a scholarship to study in France, École Polytechnique. After that, I moved for master degree at École des Ponts Paris Tech, that we call École Nationale des Ponts et Chaussées. And after that, in the same time that I started my work as a civil engineer, I also pursued my PhD at École Centrale Paris. So yes, just a repeat. I have worked in France for 7 years before coming to Cambodia in 2012. So it's almost 3 years that I'm here. Firstly, in the same time that I start my PhD, I worked as a research and development engineer at EDF, Électricité de France, which is equivalent to Électricité du Cambodge here in Cambodia. After that, I moved to work as a geotechnical engineer in an enterprise in Paris, and before moving to be a design project manager in Eiffage, which is one of the biggest company, industrial construction industrial in Paris. And 2020, since I always wanted to come back to contribute to the development of Cambodia, so yes, I decided to come back to Cambodia, and I had opportunity to join LBL International Construction, which is one of the leader of construction in Cambodia. So shortly about the challenge, my personal challenge that during my study in Paris. Firstly, I think it is for almost everyone, it's about the language barrier. For my personal case, even I already got the B2 level of French language, which was considered as the, how can I say, enough for studying abroad, especially in a francophone country. Still, it's not really evident to capture everything in the class, especially for some classes that we'll have 2 hours of magistral classes, that all the theoretical. In mathematics and physics, I can say, yeah, it's good because it's more or less in technical, scientific, but some classes like economic or even philosophy, I think sometimes I just slept in the class because it's not really easy, but I think everyone, especially for international students, we encounter that and we need to get over that obstacle. After that, cultural barrier, I think also for almost everyone. So that's why I take this opportunity to give some comments to younger students here or even online that joined the Zoom meeting today. If you really go to study abroad, try at least to understand more about their culture, not just get stuck in our culture. When I say get stuck, it means that we need to be more open, because if you only close yourself in one culture, it will be really not easy when you go abroad. So that's why try to be more open. Even myself, I think I can say I am one of the people that speak a lot. Sometimes they say I'm talkative, but still it's not really easy when to try to combine with other students from other country. And that's why we need to be more open so that we can learn from them and get them learn from us. So this is also one of the things that we can recommend. I think another thing that I can encounter for myself also about experimental practice in the laboratory. Maybe now, I suppose that almost our higher education in Cambodia, including ITC or UPP or other school, we develop more and more in, how can I say, laboratory practice. I mean, we do a lot of things in laboratory. Get back to my promotion, we have some, but not really a lot. So that's why sometimes for my study in France, we for myself, sometimes it seems that a lot of French students, they already know a lot of equipment, but for me, it's like I'm still seeking to understand the use of each. So that's why to try to catch up with everyone, it means that I need to double try. It means that, okay, they only study at class, and after that they can go whatever. But for me, after come back to my room, I need to research again about all of this. So that's why it is also one of the challenge. Another thing is about the environment and weather. I think it is for everyone, either in Japan, Korea, Australia, or other country in the Europe. Environment and weather is always one thing that we need to take care. And the last one is about academic curriculum. So I think it is also one of the important things, because when we want to have the good student mobility, to have the good cooperation, and to send our students to abroad, at least maybe we need to understand, and the student itself, themselves also, they need to understand more about the curriculum of the school that they are going to study. Because we are not just, okay, I'm happy, I got scholarship to study abroad, but after that I just don't care too much about what are the programs that they are going to propose or whatever. So that's why the minimum is to prepare and to try to understand about curriculum, about the number of credit that we talked this morning, what are the classes for that major that we are going to choose or whatever. So all of this need to be taken into account. Just roughly about my own personal challenges. So now I just go to point of view of a civil engineering employer for my company. So a short description of LBL International. LBL International is a French-Cambodian company. So yeah, just for information. So I keep working with French people because by coming back from France. So yeah, we are, we can say, expert in construction, architecture, and development in Cambodia. We created since 1991, just 1 year younger than me because I was born in 1990. And we completed already more than 400 completed projects. We have a lot of experts, more than 300. Many workers in the same time, around 3,000. And we have also a lot of all the specialized, because all the construction sector, we did the job. So yes, we can say we do a lot of things in civil engineering or construction sector. So including hotel and resort, schools, hospital, office building, commercial, private residence, industrial, and institution. Our specialty is for design and build It means for design and build service, it means that the client just have their own idea of what they want to construct, and we will do everything for them from scratch. And another one service that we provide, if for build only, it means the client already have their own project, they already have their own design, and they want us to build for them, so we also provide this service. So yes, go to straight to the point about the employer point of view regarding to the student mobility. So as an employer, we really encourage to have more and more student mobility by doing international exchange. Because not only from myself, but I think for most of the company, most of industry in Cambodia, not even the international company, for example, okay, my company, it can be said as a French one. So we encourage also and also prefer some students from France, but not only from that, whenever they come from. But we always think that it doesn't mean that we don't care about the student in Cambodia, but we always think that for the student who has some external experience by doing, okay, getting scholarship or doing some international exchange, they can get more experience in terms of culture open. When I said culture open, okay, they can see another world. It doesn't mean that people here, because now we are living in the technological area, we can view of everything on the internet, but we still think that by getting some experience abroad, it can always lead to have something more. So that's why we really encourage. And we always not prioritize exactly, but sometimes if we have more or less the same experience, for example, we have 2 candidates, we have exactly the same experience or whatever. So we always give just some small point more to the student that have some international experience. It's just the truth. I think maybe it can make people think that we give more value, but I think it is what we need to also to mention. In terms of expectation as an employer, we really encourage and we really recommend that for institution, higher institution in Cambodia, who want to send the Cambodian student to abroad to study in international university, we need to maybe try to give more facility, try to facilitate them so that everyone needs to get prepared enough before starting their journey in international study. And we really expect also from the student who can get this experience that they need to be open, like I just already mentioned, more open for themselves and more open to get multicultural experience and try to involve in most of the things that they can gain when they study abroad. So almost at the end of my presentation to the prospect. So yeah, student mobility and more precisely about the international exchange program. For me and also in terms of company point of view, we really expect that it can be increased more and we really encourage more and more as we can. So, however, to make things happen and to make sure that all the student mobility or the international student exchange program can be done smoothly and successfully, I think there are some points that need to be mentioned. So, yeah, it is more or less relative to the challenge that I mentioned from the beginning. So, all the students need to improve more and more about the language before their departure to abroad, English, or if we go to France for French program, okay, French language, but for now, if we go to master degree in English language, so I think English is always the most important one. Also, for the when we get partner with international university, to before joining even any MOU and before sending our student, we can study more and need to prepare more our student to make sure that our curriculum, academic curriculum, is much more with the partner that we are going to send our student. We need also to cooperate with our partner in abroad to facilitate the accommodation. For myself, I think I was one of the luckiest one because École Polytechnique, they always care of everything. Sometimes it can be negative when they care of everything because it means that we don't learn much. But sometimes it can also good because at the beginning, without knowing a lot of things, when we have the school partner that try to help us everything, it's good in terms of administrative paper, in terms of other things related to accommodation, related to everything living in France. Yeah, I think here I already expect that now it's already better. So just related to the experimental and practical work in laboratory, including all the project. Because yeah, I think one thing that I can also remark by studying in Paris, we in terms of student mobility, in terms of student workload, we have less class than experimental and practical class. Because for my own understanding, by getting that experience, it means that maybe the theoretical class, they only give some basic knowledge, but all the practice of in terms of problem solving and all of that, it can be gotten, it can be acquired by the student through the problem solving project. And yeah, at the end, I think for the scholarship, because if sometime, yeah, we have some good students, really good, but because of the family situation, we are not really, they cannot afford the live abroad. So that's why, yeah, we need to get more partner and we need to seek more scholarship for our students. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Swai Angkira, for your very detailed information, sharing your personal experiences studying France and point of view from the employers. So next, I would like to invite Mr. Sapwan Sapia, Vice Dean, Phnom Penh Teacher Education College, PTEC.
Mr. Sapwan Sapia, he graduated from IFL Institute and he got master degree at Hiroshima University, Japan in 2021. And he was a lecturer of English at Royal University of Law and Economics in 2011. And in 2018, he worked at Phnom Penh Teacher Education College. And now he is Vice Dean of Faculty of Social Science Education of Phnom Penh Teacher Education College. Please welcome Mr. Sapwan Sapia.
Okay, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency, His Excellency, students, and all the distinguished guests. My name is Supe, and I am the Vice Dean of the Faculties of Social Science and Social Science Education. That is my great pleasure to present to you a little bit about the Teacher Education College, the place where I'm working now, and also talking a little bit about the prospects and also the challenges of the student mobility. So here is the contents of my presentation today. Just a brief overview of the P-Tech, because it's just like a one of the teacher education which becomes the higher educations in 2017, and it's very recently it becomes the like the higher institutional higher education institutional institutions which is equal to the other universities in Cambodia as well. So we have these kinds of vision, mission, and goal, all those kind of strategies we plan to conduct, and then we have these kinds of core values in order to complete in the periods of 2018 to 2023, which is the last years of this year's already, and then we are working on the new strategic plan in the following years. So this is the organizational structures and management, which we have 3 faculties in the college, which is the faculties of science education, faculties of social science education, and faculties of pedagogy and research, which I am part of the faculties of social science education, because we don't give specific skills to children who are in specific faculties, because we are the teacher education college. We provide, we educate teachers who becomes the primary school teachers and lower secondary school teachers. So the primary school teachers, they are specializing in like primary education, and the lower secondary school teachers, they are specializing in like mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry. So then they have to study across the faculties, like some subject is in which in each, for example, like in the faculties of science education, and some subject is also have to go to the faculties of social science education. And this is the statistic of the staff working at Phnom Penh Teacher Education College, and it has been gradually increased from the time it has been created in 2017, and it started operating in 2018. And then it finally produced the first cohort or first batch of the students, which the products of the system 12+4, which is the Bachelor's of Education for primary school teachers and Bachelor's of Education for secondary school teachers. So just Phnom Penh Teacher Education College is a newly established, so it's just the two new, one in Phnom Penh and another one in Bat Dombong. That is the first two new college which provide bachelor degree to primary school teachers and all lower secondary school teachers. That's why we are new in here when talking about like student mobility, where they can study from transfer from one particular university to the other university. And now we are having two batch of students who are studying at the college. So related to the education programs, we have different class activities and learning activities as well. Like we have laboratory, science fairs, and also those kinds of programs like exchange programs, international exchange program, because we just don't send our students to the other university, especially like at the international university, due to a certain challenges and obstacles, which I will present it later. But so far, we have some kinds of program which is called the exchange program with the other universities in in Belgium. Like during the COVID outbreak, they have some kind of students collaboration, like research collaboration, and then they conduct kinds of research online with the students at PTEX and also students at KDGs under the COI projects. And we also very recently, like a few months ago, we also have a kinds of student exchange and study tours in Japan. And these kinds of tours is done under the Sakura Science projects. And as you can see, this is one of the exchange program that we are having now. Without the support from the development partner and also the other organization or international university, we wouldn't have such opportunity to have to mobile our students to experience such richness of cultures in the other country. And related to the other extracurriculars and activities and practicums, we have dancing club, we have sport club, we also have some kinds of practicums. Is one of the perspective from the employer are talking about as well. Like this is one of the things that we embedded or we equip our children with this kind of skill. To become teachers, the practicum is also like the stress, great values or great weight on it. Like they have to have practicum every year, like 2 weeks in year 1, 5 weeks in year 2, year 3, and then 10 weeks in year 4. So the practicum alone is account like around 22 credits already. And then they also have kind of like, they have to finish all the subjects and then take the state exam at the end. And the other one is that they have to finish the research, which is, there is action research. Besides that, we also have the other activities provided to our students, like study tour. They go to Kirirom to study the universities of ecology system, something like that. And then they also have some kinds of study in the industrial science labs, and also go to the private universities to study the science in those universities, in those school or universities as well. Because we have provided the teacher education to those who become the primary and lower secondary school teachers. So then we have to gain a lot of experience from either private university and school or state primary school and high school as well. Related to the products of the research activity for student teachers, they have to finish their year 4 research practices, and then they have to do the research defense. And if those among those students who are good, they will be encouraged to revise their research projects and then get published in the college action research series, which so far we have 2 volumes of this research action research already. We also have we also provide students with the community services, like we focus much on like STEAM fair to students and teachers from schools in Phnom Penh, especially the collaboration schools and the school where our children goes to do their practicums. And this is some of the activities that we put weight on, because our mission is to is education, community service, and research skills. So this is something that we have equipped our children with this, and then our children will have who have already graduated from our college will possess those kinds of skills. And this is our national and international corporations. With this development partner allows our children to mobile, even though we don't have some kinds of long-term student exchange programs, but at least we have some kinds of short-term, like 2 weeks or 1 month, etc. So based on the perspective from our students, and also the staff as well, like when we talk about the student mobility, we have lots of advantages in moving our children from one particular university or college to the other college. So they can study like cultural diversity. They also experience in the academic ways. They also improve their language. They also like can learn from each other the new skill in conducting research, and they also can build network, especially improve their professions in terms of teaching. And when they travel abroad, they also broaden their knowledge as well. Even though they travel, like they change from one particular university to the other university in the country, they also learn different contexts of the universities as well. So this is one of the advantages that I can raise. And one more thing, if they can change or move to study abroad, they also understand the values of global citizenship, which is now we try to focus on, because we try to understand the diversities of the culture. And then they come and they try to accept those kinds of things, which varied from one particular context to the other. At the same time, while we have a lot of advantages, we also have some of the challenges, and that kinds of prospect challenges, or challenges that are expressed by our students. Like even though they learn a lot of culture, but sometimes in the first few months of first semester, they're gonna encounter with the culture shock, academic difficulty, or academic struggling. They have to struggle a lot with that. And then educating students to feel more equal. That is one of the, because these kinds of challenges have been raised by the previous speakers already, and then I try to skip that, but I just want to raise this one because our college is educating students to fulfill the quota from MOE, from Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, so that we cannot select the other new students to study there. It has to be recruited by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport. And then those who want to, for example, like they are in year 2 already, and then they want to study in year 3 at the other university, it's impossible. We can do that unless there are a certain thing below, like supporting document, policies, or we have some kinds of program from the ministers of MOEs, or we also have some kinds of credit transfer because we have only 2 colleges now, Phnom, one in Phnom Penh and one in Battambang. And then if they, for example, their hometown is in Takeo, for example, and then they want to study there, then it's very hard for them to move to study in RTTCs in Takeo because we don't have that kinds of credit systems yet. And then we are working on building that kinds of credit systems so that the other, for example, the other RTTCs, which is gonna become hopefully TEC in the future, can credit, they can move from one particular place to the other as well. And these are some kind of the challenges that we have faced through a lot of presentations so far already. And I thank you so much for your kind attention, and that is the end of my presentation. Questions are welcome at the end. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sapwan Zapia, for your very interesting information. And now I would like to invite Dr. Maida Smay, please.
Dr. Maida Smay, he graduated from ITC in 2005 and got a master's degree in Gajah Mada University, Indonesia in 2007, and got his PhD in Kyushu University in Engineering in Urban and Environmental Engineering in 2010. He used to be a lecturer in Malaysia University, and now he is a deputy head of Department of Architectural Engineering. Please welcome Dr. Maida Smay.
And good afternoon, delegation and my lecturer, and also my student and other colleagues. So today I'm very honored to present a topic related to prospects and challenges of student-centered learning strategy in civil engineering education at ITC. As you know, the teaching methodology are very important, play a very important role in every generation. So now the Z generation is the way they think maybe a little bit different from our generation. So it needs a tool, and also it needs some kind of method to deliver our course content to the students. So this is one of the, I think this one is one of the strategy that we prepare ourselves, especially the Faculty of Civil Engineering, to expose ourselves, to have the experience to implement a new teaching method for receiving, for example, in the future we have a student from a foreign country, so that we are able to show them the method that is not sure whether it is effective or not, but we try to be more effective. Okay, so the topic that I'm going to discuss today, it will be what is a student learning center, what is a student-centered learning strategy, and I'm going to explain a little bit about that. And after that, the SEL application. So this is what I apply in my classes, several classes in our campus. And I'm going to explain about the available tool that I prepare for SEL, and some activity in the classroom that have been conducted, and the SEL outcome. This is the questionnaire that I prepare after the completion of our course, and the student answer those questions, and I will show you how it is. And at the end, at the near the end, I will explain about the prospects and challenges, strategy prospect and challenges of SEL strategy. And the last one will be the next step, that what kind of strategy, teaching method strategy that we can apply. Okay, so student-centered learning strategy is a strategy that we give more rights, or we give more chance to the student to develop the I'm not saying the main content, but the breakdown content of the subject. So each subject we have the main content, and then the student can have the ability to involve in what they want to learn, okay, involved to prepare the breakdown course content. So that in this way, the student have the ability to know, okay, they are able to show that what they have learned, okay, what they have learned before, and then now with this subject, I would like to learn something that is relevant to, I already have the knowledge, so now I would like to extend my knowledge in this, I would like to extend my knowledge through this course based on the breakdown content that you want to do. Okay. And then the application of this SEL is a bit, I'm not sure it's simple or complex, but this is what we apply. So first of all, the course content, and the main course should be explained by us, okay? And also the course evaluation, very important. We explain the course to the student. So what is the objective of the course? What are the main content of the course? And then also, what are the evaluation method that we apply? So in this way, the student can have the idea, okay, with this course, the lecturer already explained to us that, the course can be in this direction, and this is the outcome that the course expected. And then they can also understand what are the evaluation criteria that they have to be focused on. And then we try to break down. So now it's time to let the student break down the main course content. So in order to break down the main course content, the student can have, we can apply. Now this come to the students' centered learning application. So we can apply like the method of KWL, which is K stand for what the student want to learn, and W is the stand for what the student want to learn, and L is what the student have learned. So with the K, so we provide the tool and instruction to the students. Instruction is always very important. So we provide the instruction to the student what to do with the K, what to do with the W, and also what to do with the L. Then after that, the student can, after that, the student will, we will arrange the W question, because the W question is this is the material that the student want to learn, because the student came in, they already know. So we already eliminate what they want to know. And then now we start preparing the W question. This is what they want to learn. So with this W question, the student and the lecturer together, we explain to the student, and then the students start preparing what they want to learn. And then we have the projector, so that we, with the projector and the student, so that we present the result of the student want to learn in the projector, and then the lecturer and the student will make the decision, like because some question or some material that the student wants to learn is always the same. I mean, some will be the same. So the same one, we select only one. Some similar idea, we select only one. Different idea, we will categorize, or we order or arrange those material. And then after that, we got the material. Okay, we've got the W question. So now we prepare the work schedule. So now with all the question that the student, all the question that the student want to learn. So now we make a schedule every week. How many questions the student should, how many question or how many material that the student want to learn. So they will do the research with the group. Okay, with the group. So that's why every time the student, every week the student come back to school. So we lecturer will give the marks, and also we give the explanation to the answer that the student brought us. And then after that, in the class, this is not for finished yet. So after the student get the answer, so now after we give the mark, so now we bring the student together, so that we bring the student together in the class, but we group different different member. So now the student from different group member will join to maybe 2 or 3. I mean, based on 2 or 3 group, based on the, usually I like 6 member is maximum. So we group the student based on the strategy 1, 2, 3. So we count the student 1, 2, 3, and then after that we ask the student prepare the answer in the class based on the answer that they brought differently from their research. So we give the marks, and also we give the explanation. And then after that, at the end, we synthesize the solution of the student, and then we combine those answers together. So this is the final course detail for that subject. Okay, and then so what are the tools that we can use in here? So the tool that we can use in this method, we can course description and the main course. This one we can use the projector, and course content breakdown. To break down the course content, we can use the blank paper, and I like to use the Google Doc. We make a Google Doc in Google Drive, so that we can share this document with the student. So the student, as you know, they like to use the phone, they like to use computer. So any gadget is possible for them. So they can use any way that it is available for them. So after that, the arrangement of the question also the same. We use Google Doc and Google Drive, and preparation of the schedule. I call it a platform. So we make that Google Doc here. This is a main platform for us, and we have the Excel, Microsoft Excel, or we can use the Google Sheet for mark database. So the student can see their marks every week, what they do. When we give the mark, everyone can see the mark. It's transparent. It's really fair for everyone. So you don't do the work, you don't get the mark. You do the work, you get mark. So after that, for the application 1 to 3, we use Google Doc also the same. We use Google Doc so that the student can write the answer in the document. And then synthesize, this is we also prepare in the Google Doc for the detailed course. And then, okay, so this is in the classroom. So in the classroom, this is a big classroom in our campus. So we have like almost 100 students, but we can break the student into small pieces so that we can have 6 members in one group. So you can see that they will work in a group instead of working, instead of like sit down and then listen to us, so that they can have the chance to share the idea, share the opinion, share the answer, everything. So we as a lecturer, usually we walk around like this to encourage the student that is silent, the student that is if the student have no action, we just encourage them to talk. And this one is the platform that I said, okay? And then this is the activity of the student in small class. Okay, so this is the outcome. So the outcome is mostly you can see that we have the excellent at the top and the red in the blue color and good in red color. So usually we have a positive response from the students regarding this method. And effective, we have several, 11 questions that we asked the student to evaluate the way we apply. And so all of these are the answer. And then the responding is around 30 plus something. Okay, and this is also the outcome. And mostly it's a positive one. And then we have the some of the answer from the student regarding how to improve, how to find the most, for example, how they like the way we conduct this method, and also how this method will help them to learn. And then this one is the answer for what are the better ways to improve their learning. And then the prospect is usually I can see that the students have the ability to to have the social skill. Okay, they can work together, and also we can promote the active learning, and the student have the ability to direct, ability to learn by themselves. And then the challenge is like it's a bit noisy. Okay, first time is a bit noisy, and also the time consuming. It's very time consuming to prepare the class when we ask them to make a group. Usually it's not suitable for big class, I agree, but if we manage, we can do it. But the time is important. Sometimes 2 hours is not it's not enough for us. And then the next step is for the course. I can say that for the course, we can use this method, KW, and for the design, we may introduce the gallery walk. Gallery walk is like we stick the result of the student designs on the wall, and then the student can, every group will have a chance to criticize their peer work. And then after that, we summarize, and then the student, each group will bring those criticism or suggestion to make the improvement for their work. So I think design is really good for gallery walk, and of course the KW 1, 2, 3 methods, it is really effective. All right, thank you so much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mai Riasmai, for your very detailed information presentation on the strategic. And lastly, I would like to invite Ms. Wong Pitvimian.
Ms. Vong Pech Vy Mien is a fifth-year student in Department of Architectural Engineering. She used to join exchange in foreign university during her study at ITC, and she will finish her study this year. Please welcome Ms. Vong Pech Vy Mien.
I'm sorry to interrupt that. You have about 10 to 15 minutes to end the session because we're a bit late and Mr. Supporter is also in hurries to go back. Yeah, thank you.
Hello. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, professors, dear distinguished guests, and all participants who are presented here in this event on-site and online as well. My name is Vong Pech Vy Mien, and today it is an honor to share with you my presentation from a student perspective, my personal challenges and experience with exchange programs abroad. Before I begin, allow me to introduce a bit about myself. My name is Vong Pech Vy Mien, but you can call me by my name. Vy Mien is okay. I am a fifth-year student from the Architectural Engineering Department of ITC. I joined ITC since 2018 after I graduated from high school until now, and I am about to finish with my thesis this July. Okay, I have some experience with exchange program recently. From my experience, I did a short-term exchange program of 10 days with Graduate School of Design Winter School in 2022, last November. And my other experience was with the Sakura Science Exchange Program this February. So for the content for my presentation will be separated into 6 points. First is the purpose of participation of exchange program. Second, some of my memorable experiences. Third is my personal and professional growth. Fourth, some challenges and triumphs. Fifth, my reflection and takeaways of the exchange program. And last but not least, number 6, closing statement before we go to Q&A for this section. For the first section, the purpose of participation. So for the exchange program that I have joined, the purpose of the program was to build bridges through cultural exchange. During this program, I managed to make connection, make friends with students from other countries in Asia. From the picture above, you can see it's me and the participants of the program from Taiwan. And the second picture below is students from Thailand, Malaysia, and I also met students from Indonesia as well. The second purpose of the program is to expand horizons in design and technology. So for the winter school programs that I have joined, they want us design students to understand better of how they design and different technologies used in Japan to apply to their countries. And last but not least is the purpose of the exchange program from Sakura Science. The topic of Sakura Science for my time was about urban heritage. So we got to investigate urban cultural heritage in Japan and in Asia. Okay. So I would like to share the process of how I got into the exchange program. So first, I started like any normal students. I just study, I join class, I participate in volunteers, and fortunately, in June 2022, I was offered a chance to do a presentation for Kyushu University by my professor Hashan Lee. He invited me to do a presentation, and that's when I met professors from Kyushu University. And then they made some announcement of the exchange program at their school. So then, like after the announcement was made, like students from different countries that is connected with the university, they can apply for the exchange program. And in August, I was accepted into the exchange program, and then I started to prepare document, and I got to participate the programs in November. And after these programs, fortunately again, I was invited by the professors of Kyushu University to join the Sakura Science Exchange Program. However, for this program, I have to start out with some research project for the program first. So before I went to Japan, I need to do a research on cultural urban heritage of Cambodia. And my topic at the time was the state of urban heritage in Phnom Penh. Later, in February, I got to participate in the program, and in the present, I am here sharing my experience with all of you. And in the future, I hope to join various programs again in countries and other parts of the world. So for the second session, I would like to share some memorable experience. Like any students, it is exciting for us when we get to go to exchange programs. So I got to travel abroad for the first time. I got to visit new places, try new food, and try new cuisine, try different ways of traveling methods, and see many different places. Okay, for the third session is some personal and professional growth from the program I have participated. So for this part, since I just know that this program we focus on design education, I will be adding some more points to the presentation slide that I have done. So some of the personal and professional growth is that I have got from the program was I developed some independence and resilience. Basically, from the program, I learned how to do many processes by myself, like how to get a plane ticket, how to submit visa document, how to get on the plane, and I did all of that alone and with some help from my friends, some guidance from my family. And then I also learned some art of collaboration with other people. So during the program, I managed to work with professors and students from other countries. And last but not least, I learned some advanced technology that used in architectural field. So for this, for the program, we have from the perspective of design education during this program, I have participated in different methods of teaching from different professors in Kyushu University. So the different type of these classes that I have participated in, first I have the normal classes that teacher give lecture normally, like they come in, they stand here, and then they give lecture. But there are some interesting method of lectures as well. Some lecturers, some professors, they give lecture for a bit, and then they ask students to stand up and walk around classroom and participated in activities. That was for my class on design education I did at Kyushu University. Like the professor, like he asked us to walk around to like check out some poster on the walls and like do some memos and come back for group discussion. So it was a very lively way to study. And some other method is to study and then teacher give us experiments to do immediately. For example, I did a class on human sensory and touch. So on that class, we talk about like how human senses work. So after the lecturers, the professor give us their lecture, they give us like pepper to feel, like how sick is it? They give us like this water bottle, is it rough? Is it smooth, like that? So like we can experiment like immediately after the class. So this is what we did. This is some of my activities. For me as an architectural student, I did some lab work during the winter school program. We have some lectures, and then students after the lecture was divided into different laboratories to work. So for architectural team, we got to work at the architectural lab. We managed to go on many site visits and see different architectural projects. So as you can see here, we managed to see how structural work. We go on site to see different buildings, and we got to travel around. And then we come back and we work a report on it, how the structure works, what did they do for the construction, and our reflections on the project. And another exciting thing from my experience from the exchange program is a method of technology that use. So it is important that we have a very good method to teach students, but it is also important to let students understand and know different technologies they can use nowadays. So before I went to Japan in my class in Phnom Penh, we have a task on studying heritage sites in Phnom Penh, like churches, old Cambodian house, and so. However, our method is still traditional. We have to take measuring tape and measure every corner of the building. We have to climb up the ceiling and measure and so on, which is a very hard method to do the project and time consuming. So in Japan, I managed to get experience of technology, which is use the drone, as you can see here. Up there is the lecture on drone, and we get to use it. This drone is used to scan LiDAR of building. So they just let the drone fly around, and you can get information of the building. So as for me, I didn't know about this until I joined the program. And other way is they also taught us easy technology we can do on our mobile phone. So I have learned that something which is valuable for architecture team is we can use our phone here and we can scan this room and we get information like the distance and how high is this podium, how long is it? We can just scan with our phone. And it's just basic technology. However, why didn't we learn about this here? Why didn't teacher in Cambodia in my class they didn't share about this? Because I suppose maybe it's newer technology and so on like that. But it is. But during this program, I have seen how possible and what it is possible and how convenient method technology that other countries use for their work. Okay, so and other than lecturers, we also went to site visit. For this, we go to Daitokuchi Temple in Kyoto. This is a heritage site in Kyoto, which is under construction, and students get to visit on site, how they are doing, which method they are used for restoration of the heritage site. We also get to visit Hiroshima Station to see how the building, which is under construction methodology as well. And other than that, the participants also get to visit various sites in Japan. Above here is picture from Kyoto and Osaka, and down there is also from Kyoto as well. And other than that, the exchange program taught us various things that is important and that they have found in their country, which students can use for when they are back in their prospective country. So to the next section is section 4, which is challenges and triumphs that I have faced. So during these programs, of course, it didn't went smoothly. For my first time, there will be always challenges. Okay, so the first one of my challenges as a student is confronting the fears and overcoming knowledge gaps. So since we have like different methods of education in different countries, I think like I might have like some knowledge that I have never obtained and methodology I have never learned. So I am scared that I could not catch up to the other participants. But however, like teachers were very encouraging, and so it is easy for students to overcome, like it is okay, we can just learn. One of the memorable thing that one of my professor told me is that you are a student, so it is okay to make mistake. Okay, and the second is similar to above, is drawing strength from mentor, peers, and family. So I have met, when I have problems, I can ask help from like the people I know around me. And third is embracing a growth mindset and continuous learning. Fourth is embracing new customs while discovering common ground. Okay, so I think almost time is up, so I'm gonna go to the next section, my reflection and takeaway. So from the exchange program, I have learned that it is okay to make mistakes and there are learning curve for all students. And after this, I have a deeper appreciation for my country, and I have learned new technologies that I would like to apply for the future development of my country as well. And before we close, I would like to end this presentation with a short quote. It is better to see something once than to hear about it 1,000 times. So I have heard that people go to Japan, they see this, they do that, but it is not the same until like I get to go there and see it in person. So like I can experience and I can see it by myself, and that's how people can learn. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions, please ask.
Thank you very much, Vivian, for your presentation, sharing experiences in Japan. That's all for presentation, and now we go to question and answer sessions. And I think if you have some question regarding Mr. Saupwan Supet, you may raise up the first and give him the first opportunity, because he's about to close other workshop as well, and he need to leave earlier. Okay, thank you. What? I think there's no questions. Yeah. So I would like to invite to come and take the gift as a souvenir from Dr. N. Yeah, all the speakers. So I just close. Oh, take photo.
So thank you all for this very fruitful and I think great learning experience. For me, it was. I learned a lot about the region, about Cambodia, and thank you for sharing this with me and all the participants both here and online. I hope we will continue the discussions tomorrow in the workshops and that you will all be present to participate. So thank you once more, and thank you our host for having us whole day here. Thank you.
All right, one last, we have the post-event survey, so please scan the QR and have fill in that. បាទសូមជម្រាបផងដែរថាចំពោះថ្ងៃស្អែក tomorrow គឺយើងមាន parallel session ចែកចេញជា 3 ហើយបន្ទប់គឺនៅខាងក្រោម A103 សម្រាប់ Civil Engineering ហើយនឹងបន្ទប់ A109 សម្រាប់ Teacher Education បាទគឺនៅជាន់ខាងក្រោមពេលដែលអាដាមលោកស្រីចុះទៅងាកមកខាងស្ដាំដៃបន្តិចយើងនឹងឃើញបន្ទប់ហ្នឹងហើយបាទ សូមគោរពថ្លែងអំណរគុណដល់អាដាមលោកស្រីសាជាថ្មីម្ដងទៀតហើយនឹងក៏សូមថ្លែងអំណរគុណដល់ពិសេសគឺក្រុមបច្ចេកវិទ្យារបស់ ITC ដែលរៀបចំពិតជាបានល្អមែនទែនបាទមានក្តីរំភើបហើយក៏សូមអរគុណបងវីរៈចំពោះការជួយសម្របសម្រួល and also thank you Achavadi and AUN Secretary for organizing, helping us facilitate to make the whole day process successful. And even it's a long day, but it's really interesting and very important and very happy. We get a lot of inputs and interaction from both on-site and online. Yeah. Also, thank you to the national and international speakers, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and also our beloved student here and online. But some group like Dr. Adam Luthrey, then Kachurum Talk, Adochi Chorum Tam online, the Ban Chorum Tampi, with Ngai Ping, Hai Chorum Yang Sakam, the Kanong Kasu, and Chlau Q&A, and Ahli Bat. Took some group like Nokun, and some June for Kabul, Lapin, the Tangani, some to Piata put the pot and Boomka, you want to Sakapolek on Baking Lie. And may I take this opportunity to wish you the 4 Buddha blessing and success in your life and work. Thank you very much for today. We'll see you again tomorrow.